we're finally starting to get some right-wing capitulation over to Zoran Mamdani. Unfortunately, it's because the two people doing the capitulating are massive anti-Semites. You have to take the good with the bad. You have to take the bad with the good, okay? No, I saw a clip of this, and they're being rather conciliatory. Just well, maybe not conciliatory. They're being a little. They don't like AIPAC.
A second ago that when people are really frustrated when the system they live under fails them, they listen to voices that they shouldn't listen to or wouldn't listen to under any other circumstance. Like, how did Al Sharpton get to be the leader of Black America or whatever? I mean, it's like it's a thing.
King of the black people
tend to go to crappy leaders, I think. And I just can't get over what happened in our biggest city this week, the very same week that everybody in D.C. is focused thousands of miles away on the greatest threat we face, Iran's nuclear program. I don't want Iran to have the bomb. I'm not pro-Iran, obviously.
We're not pro-Iran.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have to say it?
No,
but
right.
We do.
It's
yeah,
dumb, but at the same time that everybody was looking to Iran, our largest city had a Democratic primary, effectively the mayor's race, and like 32-year-old socialist who wants government-run grocery stores gets elected. He's going to likely run our biggest city.
Yeah.
And in the country.
Right. In New York.
And it's like, why?
Oh. Tucker Carlson's training as a Fox News host probably comes in handy here, because I feel like otherwise the contempt that he has for talking to somebody this much less intelligent than him has to seep through, right? Like, Tucker Carlson is not stupid. He's just an evil, evil liar. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's one of the only Republican reps who's taken no AIPAC money, you know that? She actually is anti-Semitic. Like, I know the Jewish space lasers thing is like a meme, but like, if you're a Republican congresswoman and you haven't taken money from AIPAC, that is probably because you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, there's no, like, that's free f***ing money otherwise. It's crazy.
Why did that happen? Is it because people are so, like, desperate for government-run grocery stores, or love socialism, or love, like, foreign-born midwits running their
Yay,
cities?
socialism!
That guy was the only person in the New York City mayor's debate to say he wanted to focus on New York City. All the candidates were asked, if you could visit a foreign country, what would it be? And they all, of course, all had an answer. I think most said Israel. Great. And he said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd stay in New York. And like, if I want to meet Jewish constituents, I go to their synagogues, their homes, or whatever. But I'd be here in New York because that's what I'm doing. I'm running New York. That's my job.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said in a YouTube...
That was so funny, dude, when he answered the question directly, and the interviewer, obviously the point of this question was to get every candidate to say Israel except for Mamdani, so he could then be questioned on that. But like, he just like the artifice, or the lack of artifice, I guess, was just going like, well, okay, what about Israel, huh? You gonna visit Israel, huh?
JA questionnaire that I believe that you need not travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing as the mayor. I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples, or at their homes, or at the subway platform.
Well, he gave the right answer.
He gave the right answer. He
Yeah.
gave the right answer, at least. And he's talking, I totally oppose his program, just
Absolutely.
to be clear. I don't think it works. But he's talking about economics.
Yep.
And everyone else is talking about foreign policy.
Remember I said Charlie Kirk must be frustrated that he's a Nazi, but he has to do like Nazism for Israel. I wonder if like that, this is part of that schism, you know? It's like, as Israel becomes more and more of an optical black hole for every American, right? Because it's not just Democrats who've been polarized against Israel. Trump himself has, you know? Republicans have as well, to an extent, to a lesser extent, but they'll follow along. If Trump ever said we're done with Israel, the support for it would plummet by 50 points within the Republicans. They are in a cult, after all. As time goes on, like, that's going to give people kind of like more information on the right to, you know, break with the Nazism for Israel bit and just do like regular old Nazism, which is what Tucker Carlson's been pushing in the direction of for some time. Marjorie Taylor Greene too, who I also consider to be one of those people who's too stupid to lie. Like, I do think that Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of always thinks that she's... Did you see her banging the gavel? She's so funny, dude.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. No one loves
Chair.
veterans more than President Trump, and he's made that apparent. That's why he's working for peace
Madam Chair,
right now.
it's not your time right now.
I'm the chair of this committee.
That's not how
I'm the chair-
parliamentary procedure works.
You're not
Madam
recognized, Ms.
Chairwoman.
Stanberry.
You're not recognized either. You can't just speak anytime you want.
I'm the
That's
chair of
not
this
how
committee.
That's not how it
Ms.
works.
Stansbury,
Madam-
you're not recognized.
Madam Chairwoman,
That's not how it works.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
All right, cast
Ms. Stansbury,
pot of
you're not
greed.
recognized.
We're gonna get you a Robert's
Ms.
Rules of
Stansbury,
Order
you're
and
not-
the
point of
Ms.
order.
Stansbury,
that
you're
you
not
can-
recognized.
so that
Point
you
of
can
order.
Understand parliamentary procedure.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order.
All right, Madam Chair, calm down. Let's move on.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
She's so fucking funny, dude. Dog, look at my fucking Imperial core. look at my Den of Capital. Look at my Dragon's Horde, you know? What's going on in the capital?
Point of order.
Madam Chair, I've got oh, I'm sorry, you had a point of order.
So,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, can we decide who's going to speak first and we don't?
Absolutely. I'm the chair of this committee, and Mr.
I know
Gill,
that,
Mr.
but-
Gill from Texas
There
is
you go.
recognized.
Just
Why is it hard to talk about economics, domestic economics?
I don't know. Apparently, they don't know how to fix it. Well, look who he was running against. He's looking. I mean, the failed mayor.
They don't know how to
Andrew
fix it.
Cuomo.
It's
Look at
almost
him.
like capitalism
Governor-
is
or
the
governor,
problem.
honest mistake could happen to anyone.
Discussing sexual, all types of accusations.
Yeah.
So he was seen as the dirty establishment
Right.
Democrat,
A
right?
machine politician. yeah.
Right, right. That really never solved anyone's problems. They already had him, and they still have the same problems.
Right.
They're still poor. They can't afford life. They can't afford to move up in the
They
world.
can't afford
and
life.
So they looked at Andrew Cuomo and was like, "Why am I going to vote for him? He's not going to make my life better."
No, it's
and
totally
so they
right.
look at this man who's been in our country for what, 6 years?
Yeah.
6 years. So he's foreign born. He's a
No. He wouldn't be a citizen if he was only in the country for 6 years. It's been, he's 33, yeah, and he moved here when he was 7, so 26? Yeah.
socialist, and he's promising to empty the prisons and do all kinds of crazy things.
No. I don't think he said that.
And he's talking to them on their level and talking about the problems they are facing, relating to them with the problems they're
Right.
facing. So these young people have no choice but to turn to this.
I agree.
And it is a failure. It is literally a failure of the Republican Party. I think the Republican Party has completely failed, and it makes me so angry, Tucker. And I can't, I'm not supposed to speak out.
I'm
right?
just so
not
mad.
supposed to
I've just
have my
had
own
it.
Opinion. I'm supposed to just have blind allegiance to my party, and I'm supposed to cheerlead and rah rah rah. But that's not why.
But you do. You're like the most cheerleader for Trump. There's no doubt, though, that a ton of people have had background conversations with MTG where they're like, shut the f up. Please shut the f up. Like, I know every Republican on Cap Hill is a, wealthy VC file or whatever, but it's got to be grating to be a 65-year-old stately file, and then you have to share a seat next to this woman. You know what I mean? Like, your personal style of making the country worse is genteel and educated, and then you've got this thing. Like, it's got to piss them off a little bit, right? Oh wait, she might not even be a pedophile. Like, she might not fit in with the Washington crowd at all.
Why I ran. That's not why I ran for Congress in the first place. I literally ran because I was mad at Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still mad at Republicans because it is affecting our children's lives and future. And it's our job to hold our elected leaders accountable. It's my job to hold my colleagues accountable. And if we don't fix these problems to the point where young people are turning to crazy socialists, it's going to get worse. It's literally going to get worse, and it'll be gone. I don't think we could ever get it back.
Well, it's just kind
Where
of...
was this before? Well, so this is an unsolvable problem, right? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene is a right-wing populist, or in other words, not a populist at all. But this is the closest they can get. Same as people like Tucker. You can talk all you want about wanting to like discuss domestic economics and improve the lives of everyday people, but that's not how you do your thing. You do your thing by being extremely racist. Like that's not like it's Tucker Carlson. Like if there was a market for appealing to right-wingers by talking about economics and improving people's lives with domestic policy, you would have already filled it. There isn't a market for that. You win over that community by being very racist and by being hateful and conspiratorial. You know that, which is why you both do that. Like you can't do what Mamdani does. It's the same reason neoliberals can't capture Mamdani's energy without his policies. You can't have the energy of a bombastic, upbeat, enthusiastic, anti-establishment campaign that's going to really dig down to fix the issues when your actual policies are, like, respectively, inane neoliberal wonkery or white ethno-states. It doesn't work. You kind of need that. No one else can really steal that sauce.
Kind of weird because Fox News tells us that the real threats are abroad or they're Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. It seems to me the real threat to the United States is the collapse of its cities, of its population centers where the most people live. I don't live in a city, don't want to live in a city because they suck.
Didn't ask.
Defining feature of conservative men is that they're gigantic pussies. Also, such a LARP, dude. Tucker Carlson is literally a dainty air boy. Like he's literally like a father, can I join you at the country club today? Type kid who sat in the lap of power of billionaires for decades and only recently started LARPing as like a rural woodworker, you know? Like he is along with Jesse Waters, he is the most fake masculine person on the right by far. No one else even comes close.
But in a normal country, I would live in a city, and so would you.
Sure.
Of course. So I don't understand
I'd say because of the
we spent the last 25
heavy
years fighting
tobacco
all these
use
wars,
archetype,
obsessively
he kind
focused
of
on our
locks in
enemies
a little.
abroad, jihadis or whatever. They're
What?
telling us the threat is white supremacists.
They're talking about
Biden.
me?
And the country has not gotten better.
No.
It's like maintaining the empire has destroyed the republic. It does feel that way.
America has thousands of colleges and universities and a lot of
Twangy acoustic guitar in the background.
Yeah, it's so
again,
funny.
Heir to the Swanson fortune.
Whoa!
Yeah. Put the ad read in the bag.
economic idea in the world. You're afraid to preach this country better.
Oh my God,
by
it's
raising
so long.
well-educated students.
Republicans refuse to talk about economics, like actual economics, not bullshit economics, GDP and tax cuts, but actually like, it's too expensive for my kids to buy a house. What are you doing about that?
Right.
And the answer is absolutely nothing. Other than yelling, you're a socialist. I'm not insecure about being a socialist. I don't really care what people call me, but that is a much bigger problem than anything Iran is cooking up in its centrifuges, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly a bigger problem for everyone I know. My kids can't buy a house. Therefore, they can't get married and have kids.
Right.
I think your kids could probably afford a house. I'm just going to guess. You're pretty wealthy. Did he say he was a socialist now? Guys, don't fall for this shit, okay? Nick Fuentes said that his favorite authoritarian leader was Joseph Stalin. The Nazis themselves cosplayed as socialists before they took power. Every fascist has this moment where they're like, holy shit, we're not going to get enough support from people unless we pretend we're socialist. Because we actually have no interest in fixing people's problems, you know? The red-brown, like, fake syncretic alliance, like, that goes back. That's as old as time, okay? That's an old one.
So think about this. Last week, our kids were just thinking about, I can't afford to buy a house. Where am I going to get a good job? All my friends can't find a good job. A lot of young women that are conservative are like, where am I going to find a good man? A lot of conservative young men are like, where can I find a decent young woman to marry? Because many of them are insane, have turned leftward, so far left.
Yeah.
So last week,
37 sexual partners, which, sorry, people are starting into it.
Is that supposed to be a lot?
Not I.
You're both like 60. Have you ever even opened a dating app? What are you talking about?
So there's all the, but think about it. Last week, they were thinking about all their other problems that they already have. but they weren't thinking about, do I have to worry about a terrorist attack happening here in the United States? Fast forward to this
You
week.
might notice that they're talking a lot about how the GOP doesn't talk about real people's problems, and at no point during this are they going to talk about how to fix real people's problems. Because they're interested in the accolades of being the daredevils who will criticize the GOP for being part of the political machine, but they also don't fucking care. So they're not going to talk about it, like, for real.
My gosh, not only is life unaffordable and all these unknown problems I have, and my credit card debt is, my credit cards are maxed out, and I can't go on vacation, and I want to go with my friends, and I want to go to this concert, but I can't afford it. But now they have to think about, oh, if I do go to that concert, there could be a terrorist attack because we bombed Iran.
What?
It's like a whole nother set of problems.
What?
And so, of course, when this guy that's running for mayor of New York City, iconic New York City, is talking to New Yorkers, and he says on the debate stage, when he's asked, what foreign country do you want to go visit, and the rest of them are saying Israel, and he says, I don't want to go, I just want to stay here in New York. Of course they're going to listen to him.
That's not something I expected them to explicitly say. Please don't fall for it. Marjorie Taylor Greene defended Trump strikes in Iran. Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for the big, beautiful bill that's going to massively increase income inequality and fuck over, like, 99% of Americans. Like, they don't care. They just like the little accolades and podcast attention they get from pretending they do. It's not, like, it's just another aesthetic flourish, but fundamentally the ideology is still they want to rape kids and impoverish people. It's not novel.
Yeah, I listen to him, and I don't want to be mayor of New York at all. I think it's so important that someone responsible and reasonable and American runs New York. But I guess in general, I just resent importing foreign conflicts into our country, ancient race hatreds, religious, ethnic.
Even when it's us bombing other countries, we're importing
hatreds. What does that have to do with us? And I feel like we've definitely wholesale imported that. I get texts all the time from, some people I like, but, Pakistani, Indian, Bangladeshi telling me about some fight in US or Canada between different Muslim or Hindu groups. And I'm not against any of them. I like them all. I'm not.
Sure.
But what does that have to do with North America?
Nothing.
And so why did we...
Well, they're in North America. Because Canada's in North America. So, yeah.
Other countries don't put up with that. You try that in the UAE.
Yeah.
This happened. You're some Pakistani worker building office buildings in the Gulf, and you have
the irony of people of European descent saying we don't want to import foreign conflicts. I just Googled Tucker Carlson ethnicity. English, Scottish, Irish, German, Italian, Swiss. So with the exception then of the Swiss, I suppose. Yeah, none of those groups came into America bringing any fucking animosity against one another. Irish, English, Scottish. Jesus Christ. I'm sandwich race.
March through downtown Abu Dhabi saying, I'm mad at India. They're like, you're out on the first flight.
Right.
Back to Lahore.
Burning their flag.
Yeah, nothing personal.
Yeah. If you're out there burning their Indian flag, I'd love to see what happens to you. Yeah.
Well, the attitude of the Emirati government is, that has nothing to do, don't bring that shit here.
Right.
Even if we're on your side. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
100%. It's such a weird irony of, in the same breath, saying, we're America. We don't want to deal with your foreign conflicts. But then also, drooling over the authoritarianism and lack of freedom of speech protections of a shithole petro-state.
100%.
Yeah.
But, okay, so in Congress, we have, I think it's 32 members of Congress are foreign-born, not born in the United States.
Really?
32. I serve with them. 32.
Well, I was surprised to learn that Ted Cruz is not American.
You seriously? You didn't find this out during the 2016 primary? Well, he is American, but you didn't find out all that during the 2016 Republican primary? All the business? Military base, Canada? Okay.
The secret Canadian?
He's from Canada, not Texas. Yeah.
So Canada, does it border Texas?
I don't think so. Not on the map I saw.
Okay.
Fascinating stuff. Deport Ted Cruz? Well, I'm not saying it would be a bad idea. While wash tensions between ethnic groups is pure American culture. Yeah, haven't you seen West Side Story? 30 years ago, the rhetoric was, in foreign land, shit is bad, you better be grateful you live in the U.S. Now it's, in foreign land, shit is bad, isn't that awesome? Yeah, it's, well, again, there's no actual, like, vision for the future, right? If you talk to a person like Mamdani, you have everything. You have a solid ideology. You have an ideological founding that's rooted in, like, historical analysis, but contemporarily relevant, or contemporary in its relevance, right? You have a desire to make the place better, right? You have plans to make the place better. You have, like, everything you need. But then when you look at stuff like this, what you're really getting is people who are feeding their audiences breadcrumbs, like in a fishbowl, you know? They're getting little parcels, little snippets. What if in this episode we acknowledge that the GOP isn't sincere when they say they want to improve the lives of Americans? Oh, that's genius. Okay, let's do that. Do you want to, like, talk about stuff that will improve the lives of Americans? No, best we can do is glaze an Emirati slave state for deporting people for exercising their First Amendment rights, or what would be First Amendment rights over here in the States. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Tucker Carlson audience. You don't actually get a better world. You just get to, like, feel more smug than the GOP for not having a vision of the better world. You know, in a lot of ways, actually, there's a big similarity between people like Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and the extreme Twitter lefties, in that there's a cynicism there, I think, that they are disinterested in meaningfully changing the world, but they are very interested in looking like and getting, you know, the accolades of someone who could change the world if only they were in the seat of power. But they're not, so they're just gonna sit, you know, they're just gonna sit in the sidelines and bicker and throw popcorn. It is very performative, yeah. Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene praised Trump's bombing of Iran. Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for the big, beautiful bill. Marjorie Taylor Greene has not been an impediment to any of the legislation that's gone through the GOP that has made the country more unequal, more unaffordable. She has never once, not once, meaningfully resisted it. Sometimes she'll kick up a fuss on Twitter, but she always falls in line, every single time. Same with Tucker Carlson. It's very convenient for Tucker Carlson to pretend that he's had this, like, paradigm shift since leaving Fox News, but he spent literal decades in the heart of the machine, doing and saying whatever he's told to by Murdoch, like, with no limitations, no principles, no consideration whatsoever. And now he gets to pretend that he's this, like, well, having seen how it works from the inside, I have to say I'm sick and tired of it. They don't actually care about people at all. Still kind of funny, though, that Mamdani's energy and charisma is such that people like this kind of have to try to borrow his credibility. You know what I mean? Yeah, that has the most views of any of the recent videos, it seems. There we go. The Iran bombing 6 days ago. That's how far back you have to go. This one's only 18 hours old. I think it means something. Better than disturbing details emerge about creepy Tim Walz's connection to China. Hold on a second. I thought Tucker Carlson was opposed to constant fear-mongering over foreign countries. The connection that Tim Walz had with China was like he briefly had a Chinese girlfriend or something while working overseas there? Are we gonna... So in this one, we're like, well, we're sick and tired of fear-mongering over foreign countries rather than fixing local issues. And then in this one, it's, he should be investigated. Yeah. Hey, out of curiosity, how far back do you think you would have to go to find a single video here that is talking about local economics and how the, like, common man is getting screwed over by, the GOP, or even just like the government in general? Let's try to see, okay? So Tucker Carlson seems very concerned by the fact that the GOP is obsessed with fear-mongering over foreign countries but won't talk local economics. He's fear-mongering over foreign countries plenty in these videos. So... we might be here for a bit, huh? Anything at all? Oh, you're being lied to about the one big beautiful bill and the numbers prove it. Is that it? Did we find one? Ah, this might be one. A critique of the one big beautiful bill. Did you bring that up with Marjorie Taylor Greene out of curiosity? Yeah, I've made my point. I'm the only authentic YouTuber. Give me money. That's my point.
No, since we were already watching him, let's look at this too. 'Cause I haven't watched this guy in a while.
Can you, like, be slightly more... This is everything wrong with the DNC's attempt to market itself in new media. Look at this. I vote for Democrats. You see what I mean by the cancer thing, right? I'm just saying, you get me. Okay, this might be like racist or homophobic of me, maybe both, but I feel like this phenotype of individual is overrepresented in young people working for... I feel like if I walked around West Hollywood and I found a white 20-something Zionist homosexual who was very annoying to the waiters and waitresses who served him, that guy would have... like, that's the guy that I'm thinking of. That's the guy that, like, the DNC is paying $300,000 a year to do a podcast. Do you understand what I'm talking? Like, there's a very specific kind of, like, safe progressive that we're willing to tap. I don't know. I'm very familiar with this kind of guy. I grew up right next to West Hollywood. He looks weirdly square. Well, he's cut, yeah. I mean, I don't know about down there, but I mean, like, body fat wise. Low-key looks like Vosh with no hair, lol. All right, monkey with a keyboard. That one's getting the monkey with a keyboard mute. You f***ing kidding me? I do appreciate the implication, however, that underneath the beard I am 10% body fat. That is very kind of you. Why does the host look like one of the guys in the new Mad Max? Can somebody find me this podcast? What's it called? It is really funny that in an era where people demand authenticity more and more from their new media, the Democrats would go with the most, like, transparently inauthentic representation of their party possible. Sterile millennial background, no personality whatsoever, the only decor being the safest possible pro-Democrat. Like, Tucker Carlson's background doesn't look like this. No Republican's background looks like this. The Republicans' backgrounds, when they do their podcasts and shows, are usually like a cultivation of their specific interests and flavor and aesthetic, you know? Like, it's meant to be personalized to them because it speaks to that feeling of authenticity. Not this, though. I sent this to you? That's great. 933 views. Streamed 1 day ago. What in the holy slop is this? Where's any mention of Mamdani? Mamdani is the future, brother. Yeah, sure.
That the Planned Parenthood organization cannot sue South Carolina over its decision to pull Medicaid funding because the group provides abortions.
This is why I've said, by the way, like, the Democrats are so vulnerable to getting their ass rocked by progressive upstarts within their party, because the Democrats are literally, like, not capable of doing media outreach. They have no idea how to do it. They're completely incompetent. They have no clue how to do it. It's really, 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 really funny.
Yesterday's Supreme Court decision has devastating repercussions for women's access to...
Okay, so... mild criticism. Why are you doing that with your head? I feel I'm bullying a lobby right now because, like, this podcast has no views. Like, who is this person? No information on the person. No personability at all. DNC lab creature, yeah.
To reproductive care, while opening the door to attacks on healthcare covered under Medicaid. At the Supreme Court and in the halls of Congress, Medicaid is under attack, jeopardizing the healthcare of millions of Americans. And Donald Trump and Republicans couldn't care less. I'm Curtis Bradley Brown, your host for today.
Curtis Bradley Brown. This podcast is why the Kamala Harris presidential campaign is still in debt, by the way. This is how they spent $2 billion in 4 months. Okay, found his Instagram. He's gay, not surprising, but that's the only thing I can find from the Instagram. Not really much in the way of political stuff here, right? Even though it's Curtis_DC. But on LinkedIn. I can't use LinkedIn because I don't have a LinkedIn. Why would I have a LinkedIn? I'm a YouTuber. In 2022, the hardest goodbye to the one and only Curtis Bradley Brown. One of my closest friends here in the MOV is moving on to Washington, D.C. for production work. Super proud of you, my guy. The MOV won't be the same without you, KBB. Catch him one last time. Okay. And Zach Miles is the morning producer on NBC 10 Boston. Okay, so he worked for local news, and he got tapped in by the National Democrats to go work in D.C., and now they've put him here, presumably because they didn't know what else to do with him. Man, no hate to this guy, by the way. I genuinely don't know a thing about this guy, and he's definitely not writing his own scripts. But, like, man, why can't Democrats be normal? Like, why can't you just, like, find people with an authentic voice and some unique charisma, and then give them a platform? Don't call it The Democrats. Do Republicans broadcast their propaganda from a YouTube channel called The Republicans? Why would you, like, why would they do that? Those people can't be easily controlled. I think it is a testament to how weak Democrats are that they are so terrified of autonomy from the people who are spreading their message. Republicans will work with anyone and everyone. Republicans jumped on top of Kanye when he was Hitler posting, okay? Like, they have no qualms. They will work with anyone. It's all messy. There's constant drama, but they'll do it. They'll fight and they'll scrap for every bit of legitimacy. The Democrats will not work with you unless you are the most safe, sanitized. You have to be like a Harry Sisson. Is that who I'm thinking of? You have to be like that kind of guy. You have to crush mad pussy is what I'm saying, because that's apparently what Sisson's doing. I heard people got mad at him for that. Like, this is how you have to post. America failed women tonight. Trump's second term. This crap. Trump just attacked CNN journalist Abby Phillip, calling her third rate. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. President Biden just visited the Minnesota Capitol to pay his respects to Melissa and Mark Hortman. If anyone knows about loss, it's Biden. What an amazing gesture from an amazing man. Just totally, like, unhinged, unrelatable. Like, it's like, it's designed to never win a single vote. It can only ever appeal to people who are already just completely brainwashed Democrat voters. Like no independent thinking, you know? Oh, then retweeting the Joe Biden one. Gavin Newsom. Wear the shirt, you need psychiatric help. Unsurprisingly, no mention of Mamdani from Harry Sisson, because he's like a paid stooge of the Democratic Party. Or is there? No, I don't think there is. Okay, he's calling people racist for saying that New York City has... Oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong. It's clear the Democrats are done with boring establishment candidates. The traditional way of campaigning in Democratic primaries is a relic of the past. Candidates who recognize that and adapt will win. Okay, I acknowledge fault. Very minimal, in my opinion, especially because he didn't actually say Zohran Mamdani. But, you know, less than the night, please, Democrats embrace social media and new media. It clearly works. Yeah, but Harry, you're the opposite of what won Mamdani the victory. Like, you are the sterile corporate machine Democrat sanitized for public consumption, you know, style that he avoided. Sorry, I guess this is just like a broader inquiry into Democrat safe media. You know what I mean? I looked at that Curtis guy from the podcast. He's the director of all the DNC's multimedia strategies. What? This guy has a management role? There's no way. What's his name again? Mamdani. Curtis Bradley Brown. Do you have any it's easy to Google people with prominent middle name. Do you have what source do you have that this guy runs the Democrat social media? LinkedIn? I can't look at LinkedIn. LinkedIn apparently. Okay, so it says it there. Okay.
Day, Friday, June 27th, and this is the Daily Blueprint. Yesterday, we went over how Democrats are fighting back against the ugliest parts of Trump's big, beautiful reconciliation bill. And if you need a refresher, reconciliation is a specific legislative tool that focuses on the budget. Most importantly, reconciliation bills only need 50 votes in the Senate to pass instead of the usual 60, making it a sneaky way for Trump and MAGA Republicans to push through their dangerous agenda. The Senate's on track to...
You think reconciliation bills are like a sneaky tactic? It's the only way anything gets through Congress. Do you think they could have cleaned the audio up for the S noises a little bit?
Begin voting on the legislation this weekend, with House passage potentially as early as next week. Democrats are fighting to stop Trump's big, ugly bill. With Democrats leading the charge, the Senate parliamentarian,
he does look like Lars from Steven
what
Universe.
Makes
that
it
is
into
true.
The bill or not, struck down Republicans' attacks on that, including a backdoor plan they had for an abortion ban. So this is huge. It could save millions of Americans from losing access to health care. Here's the top Democrat.
I feel like just as a matter of principle, if you are trying to expand the Democratic influence through new media, praising a Chuck Schumer through a Chuck Schumer tweet is like, and putting it on screen, no less, is like just a non-starter, you know? Why is this so fast-paced? Because there is no personality. It's a script that was written to deliver specific information that was given down from on high to this guy, and there is no room for natural delivery because it's all deeply, deeply unnatural.
To health care. Here's the top Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, Ron Wyden, explaining what some of this means.
Overnight, my staff on the Finance Committee got several of the horrible provisions.
That's great. This is also very charismatic. Thank you.
Removed from the bill. The first is a special Medicaid tax. Stripping it keeps the Republicans from cutting billions in Medicaid.
Okay, you screenshotted the LinkedIn. Thank you. Curtis Bradley Brown is a strategic leader and hands-on manager with production experience spanning entertainment, news, and politics. He began his career as a one-man band reporter at the NBC affiliate in Parkersburg, West Virginia, and has gone on to produce television at the network level. But I thought the guy who said goodbye to him worked in Boston. Maybe he moved after saying goodbye. After running the multimedia studio at Biden-Harris and Harris-Walz HQ in 2024, oh my god. He now serves as studio director for the DNC. Oh my god. He oversees all production activities within the DNC's in-house multimedia studios, used daily by members of Congress as well as party leadership, surrogates, and spokespeople. Oh. Only, dude, listen, if you ever get a job within the National Democrats, you are set for life. It does not matter how badly you f*** up. You are set for life. Now we can hate this guy. Now that we know he's not an intern, and he's not only is he powerful, he's actually responsible for Trump winning, in all likelihood. He regularly advises the War Room team, made up of the communications, research, and mobilization departments, as well as external partners through every phase of the content creation process, and was instrumental in launching the Daily Blueprint, the Democrats' Daily... Oh my god! He's the one who pitched the Daily Blueprint that went on for like 2 weeks. The Democrats' Daily Morning Update. Well-versed in politics, production, and working with principals, Curtis translates high-level strategy into actionable production plans, leads teams with creative and technical expertise. Leads teams with productive technical expertise. Get it? Because it's like the audio hasn't been properly... You get it. Draws on his years of on-stage and on-camera experience to ensure that principals from elected officials to celebrity circuits are fully prepared, feel confident before stepping in front of a camera. Background in theater, Broadway productions. He and his husband live in the Logan Circle neighborhood of Washington, D.C. That's great. Good for them. Can you stop, like, giving our country to Republicans, please? Can you, like, be slightly more competent at your job? Why is it that the Groypers running the Twitter accounts of the average Republican staffer, the average Republican congressman, why are they so much better at messaging than you? Like, this is your job. Here's what we need to do, guys, okay? We need to institute a new rule. If you have ever seen Hamilton, you can't work in media for the DNC. I feel like that would actually, in one fell swoop, get rid of every problem element. I'm not even saying Hamilton's bad. I'm just saying, like, that would do it, you know?
And to no one's surprise, Republicans are sore losers. They're pissed off. They won't stop fighting over provisions they want stuffed into the bill. They're even calling on the Senate parliamentarian to be fired.
What I'm about to say, I do not say lightly. I don't like having to say it, but it needs...
Well, that's interesting. So take a look. So really quickly, let's do a bit of contrast, like media analysis stuff, okay? I want you to tell me what you feel the difference is between this and the previous little video cut-in we got from a member of Congress.
To be said. The Senate parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, needs to be fired. She needs to be fired by our Senate Majority Leader, Senator Thune.
The Senate
So Crenshaw looks annoyed. He's holding the camera himself, or at least he appears to be. His emotions seem authentic. I doubt they are, but they seem authentic. He's looking down into the camera. It looks intimate. It looks personal. And he does have an eye patch. Let's go back a little bit.
Removed from the bill. The first is a special Medicaid tax. Stripping it keeps the Republicans from cutting billions in Medicaid.
You understand? This looks stilted, inauthentic. It looks like a script is being read from. It doesn't seem like an expression of any actual, like, authentic emotion. He's holding a little microphone. He's just awkwardly standing. It's obviously not him filming himself, so it looks staged. How are they this bad at their jobs? That's what I want to know, because this is the thing that makes me, like, kind of conspiratorial, okay? You have to be bad at your job to do this. Like, if you are running media for the Democrats, and you are so bad at coordinating and messaging that you, in your own video, are juxtaposing this effective bit of messaging with the previous ineffective bit of messaging, and you're repping the ineffective one, like, what are you doing? Because it's just a job to them? It's criminal incompetence.
Needs to be fired by our...
I agree. Curtis, whatever the needs to be fired.
Senate Majority Leader, Senator Thune.
The Senate parliamentarian's just doing her job. It's a nonpartisan position, and Republicans want her fired just because she didn't do what they wanted her to do. But Democrats aren't falling for these...
Oh, man. Imagine that, dude. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a person being frustrated that a weird, boring, uninteresting, banal bureaucratic process is getting in the way of you doing something you want to do? Look at the audacity of Crenshaw, man. Oh, dude, she's just doing your job. Like, do these people talk to ordinary people? You need to move out of DC, okay? You need to go live in New York or something and commute to DC whenever you're, I don't know, you work 2 days a week probably. You need to, like, interact with regular people for a bit, because the Democrats are so inhuman, man. They're so inhuman. They're such aliens. They're such lizard people. The Republicans... Marjorie Taylor Greene is a human. I mean, she looks like a Titan from Attack on Titan. But, like, she's a fiery... She's not inauthentic, you know? DC is fine. I love DC. It's just who he hangs with. Yeah, but he needs to be away from the problem elements, okay? The Dems seemingly have no idea how culture emerges, despite having the two most important cultural powerhouses in the country on their side, gay people and black people. It's bizarre. Like, that sounds like a shitpost, but it's not. It is genuinely insane. How the do you come across this stilted when 98% of black women vote for you? Like, like, black women are literally the cauldron from which, like, all modern language is brewed. And you're, like, how are you not effortlessly styling on your opposition every time? It's insane.
Political games. Here's Congressman Robert Garcia talking about what's at stake.
I think the Senate's finding out what we in the House, the Democrats already know. This is a horrific bill. Much of it unconstitutional. A lot of it will not pass through the parliamentarian. And the Senate now is struggling with this idea that what this actual bill is trying to do is to rip away health care for 16 million Americans. It's trying to take away food assistance for low-income families across the country. And the parliamentarian is right to strip up these provisions. And we're going to see what the Senate's going to try to do. But at the end of the day, every American should know that this bill is all about taking away health care and then giving away a huge wealth transfer to the richest people in this country.
And while Republicans continue to push Trump's attacks on Medicaid through Congress, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed what Americans have known all along. Donald Trump couldn't care less about if you have health care or not. Let's take a listen.
If the final bill that the president's been talking about comes to him and it has Medicaid cuts in it, will he sign it, or would he rather just Congress do away with those cuts?
I think our friends in both the Senate and the House know exactly where the president stands on Medicaid. He wants to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, and they are working to do that in the Senate right now.
That's such a weak clip to use to support this argument. It's not horrible content, but it's not good either. No, it's actually horrible. It's actually maybe the worst content there is. I would actually put this worse than, like, the Tucker Carlson show. It fails on every level. So, informationally, this provides almost nothing. This podcast will never, ever, ever criticize the Democrats in any way, shape, or form. It'll actually glaze them for everything they do, no matter how ineffectual or embarrassing. So, informationally, you might as well be watching Fox News. Genuinely, there's no difference. You're getting no information here. Like, the Democrats, if this podcast was around for, I don't know, 2028, okay, and President Newsom institutes the "we're putting all homeless people in gas chambers" bill, okay, this podcast would praise it. There's no actual ideological grounding here. It's just partisanship. So, Fox News. But it's less entertaining than Fox News. It's also much worse produced than Fox News, like, by a huge degree. It's monstrous. I mean, I don't think it's an overstatement to say this is why we lost the election, right? Like, I think that, and I by the way, I don't think that's like a fringe lefty opinion. I think if you showed the average Democrat voter this, they would go, "What the fuck is this?" And I think if you showed the average Republican voter this, they would go, "Yeah, that's why I voted for Trump." Like, this weird, inhuman, stilted, fake, rehearsed, like, totally disconnected, not even trying to pretend to be a person shit. Yeah, that's why I voted for Trump.
Couldn't even say whether or not Trump would veto Medicaid cuts. Despite the facts we know, Trump is lying through his teeth about his plans to gut Medicaid.
And we're going to also cut costs. We're cutting 1
for multiple hours. Exploded. A brave whistleblower just estimated that Trump's changes and Elon Musk's cuts have doubled.
Sums up the current chaos best.
When Elon Musk and Donald Trump come in...
Jesus Christ. Look at this.
Senator Elizabeth Warren sums up the current chaos best.
When Elon Musk and Donald Trump come in with a chainsaw and they're firing people and creating chaos, two things.
Dead air in the room. You hear white noise in the background. You can't hear her voice properly. She doesn't seem to be mic'd, I guess. Sitting in a bedroom. It's not, like, filmed personally. What's the point of a podcast format if every time you're going to have a cutaway to a politician, they're clearly getting, like, the sit down where they read a script? What's the point of that? Like, the whole point of a podcast format for an institution like the DNC is that it has this, like, sense of authenticity. Why would you cut that with this? It makes no sense.
The number of mistakes goes up, and the people there to help you get them fixed goes down. And
her audio also has these weird, like these cutting S's. Do they just not know how to mix the audio properly?
Yes. Bad for everyone who counts on Social Security.
See, here's the bottom line. The Trump administration is severely disrupting the Social Security Administration, putting benefits for 73 million working families at risk while giving tax handouts to the ultra-wealthy.
Can this even be called a podcast? Not really, no. And trust me, people like this would never, ever allow for an unscripted interview, because that could go badly. They wouldn't want that. They would never, ever, ever allow that. There are two fundamental issues, okay? For one, if you are a young Republican staffer, you're jumping on board to be evil. You're jumping on board because you're a Nazi or because you hate blacks or Muslims or Jews or whatever. You're jumping on board because you love evil.
If you're a company that has government funding, normally you can use that to make yourself into a much better company. But if you are specifically government, like you work in a federal building and shit, you're getting, like, the bare minimum spending amenities and shit. Like, I've worked on stuff that's been subsidized by the government. I've worked for independent stuff, not independent, but independent corporations. Not as in they're not part of the government or government funded. And then I've worked for government specifically. The government specifically is like by far the shittiest. You can really see like how little the dollar goes with them.
And because you love evil, you have a pretty like wide range of tolerance and
Doesn't
permission.
matter if you're good.
You have a wide range of what you'll allow. Okay, you're okay with people's Medicaid getting taken away because black people's Medicaid is also getting taken away. You're okay with women dying of miscarriages in states that have banned abortion because you're fine with women dying. You don't have a problem. So as a consequence of their sort of moral ambivalence, you don't have to worry about controlling their behavior too much. Just tell them, rep us, make us look good, you're fine. That's why the White House Twitter account looks like that, But with the Democrats, you have to run this there's this really weird inconsistency. How do you get young people who are excited about the Democrats, hard enough as it is, okay, and they need to be progressive, but not too progressive, okay? Like, they need to be in favor of gay marriage, but we can't mention trans people anymore because that was a no-go for Kamala and Biden. And you can't be like queer. You can't be weird about it, okay? For two, you can be non-white. You're allowed to be non-white, but only if you're white or black. You can't be Asian or Hispanic because Democrats only think white and black people exist, as evidenced by their marketing appeals to, during the presidents, by the presidential race. And also, like, you have to be at least nominally economically progressive, but you have to be okay with the slaughter of Palestinians. Like, you have to look in the eyes of Chuck Schumer, a guy who would personally butcher an infinite number of Arabs if he could, and you have to be fine. You have to be totally fine with him, but then you have to go out and argue for things like justice and equality. You can't really find people who are like this. It's not real. You can't find people that are like this. They don't really exist. There are lots and lots of evil 21-year-old tech-savvy Nazis who will join up to the GOP. There are not a lot of the people that I just described to the Democrats. That demographic doesn't exist. There are a lot of zombie libs. Not the right kind, and there aren't as many as there used to be. Also, you can't have a zombie lib because you have to be politically conscious enough to do actual messaging. You're not just a consumer of Democrat media at that point. You're a producer. So you have to be, you can't just not think about Israel. You have to get an order like, yeah, you're not allowed to criticize Israel, and go, yes, sir, okay, sir, no, I won't, sir. You have to be ostensibly in favor of things like economic justice and like young people mobilizing for a better future. But then when the orders come down, you may not talk about Mamdani. You have to go, yes, sir, okay, sir, no, I won't, sir. Like, again, these people don't exist. But don't these people believe in nothing? Well, the Republicans also believe in nothing. They're just better at marketing it. Nothing on Mamdani? Yeah, what a surprise. Let's take a look at the other one. Hold on, this is the other host, I guess, of the Democrats podcast.
NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
While we leave Trump to focus on his daddy issues, we're here to tell you everything that you should be talking about today.
Fuck, that says it all right there, huh? Here's a clip of Trump being genuinely funny. Okay, now that we're done with that, here's all the talking points that you should have from the Democrats today. Wow, that's incredible. I genuinely, I couldn't... I appreciate the off-ramp just like that. But yeah, that was shockingly transparent. Okay, yeah, I don't really have anything more to say than that, to be honest with you. They need to hire Mamdani's media guy. What, so they can have a falling out over fucking Israel or something? No, fuck that. The Democrats, the Democratic establishment at the national level, they are evil and inhuman in a way that I don't think the Republicans match. I think that there's something, there's like an extra moral sacrifice you have to make because the Republicans are evil and they know it and they act like it. So for the Democrats to be evil, but then like deliberately incompetent, and like they claim to want good things, but they aren't willing to do what would be necessary to support those good things. There's like a level of added inauthenticity. I never feel like I'm being lied to as much as when I look at Chuck Schumer. You all agree with that? Is there a single Republican politician you can think of that when they talk you feel the same level of like greasy, disgusting, deliberate, unconvincing, contemptuous dishonesty as somebody like Chuck Schumer? Because I can't. I can't. I don't know, Mike Johnson. I'll argue with you on this. Absolutely not. Mike Johnson is literally laughing when he talks to the press. Like, when he does something evil and dishonest, he's like giggling at how fun it is to get to lie to the press with no consequences. Trump doesn't lie. Trump only tells the truth. Stephen Miller? I feel like no. Stephen Miller is pretty authentic about being evil. You guys are just listing evil people. Like, you're not understanding the point here, okay? You need to watch more Chuck Schumer. You need to get more Schumer pilled. You're just listing people who are evil, okay? If you want the bio on that blonde lady from that episode, she's just as much of a failure as the guy. Hannah Moldovan is a Democratic Party staffer and liberal activist, senior communications advisor to the Congressional Integrity Project, which targets Republican Party members of Congress, their associates, and their family members to expose allegedly compromising information about them. I don't know, this seems like a weird cut together. I'd be more interested in seeing your LinkedIn. Why are we excluding evil people from this competition? We're not. The question was, does anyone give you that feeling of greasy, insincere, deliberate inauthenticity, the same way that Schumer does? Not who's the most evil. If it was who's the most evil, it would probably be Miller. You have to listen. You have to listen before you type. That's not the competition. What has Schumer done to earn your ire? I'm actually just gonna ban you for that. What the fuck? Go catch up on 5 years of streams. Wait, come on. Is that meant to be bait? That's just an exhausting message to... You can't... What has Andrew Tate said that's so sexist? Fuck you. What the fuck? I'm not gonna sit here all day. I started early so I could go to Pride later, okay? I'm not giving you an incomplete answer. I'm giving you no answer.
Enemy ground forces detected. They're coming down from the evolved ships.
Ground units. Is it more aliens?
No, the enemies are robots, cyborgs or androids, to be more specific. You could say they're living machines.
Living machines?
Machine soldiers. They're a terrifying force.
Come on. Can this motherfucker not climb? Mouse wheel button. Okay. I put on a second ad blocker. See if this works.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to go over an interesting observation that I have recently surmised within the past month or so when it comes to Gavin Newsom, and it's this strange obsession Newsom has with Donald Trump and anything MAGA, and we know about the LA riots. He's still trying to be relevant. The whole situation was going away. It had completely went away once the Israel-Iran war kicked off, and now Newsom is trying this sham lawsuit to get back in the news and go against MAGA, and he's calling MAGA evil. And remember, initially, we have to put all of this into perspective, what Newsom is doing here. In 2024, honestly, like a year ago at this time, because this is when Biden had the terrible debate yesterday and then ended up dropping out, people were talking about, well, maybe Newsom somehow being elevated over Kamala Harris. That
Oh my god, pause! Fucking nothing's working for me today, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to go over an interesting observation that I have recently surmised within the past month or so.
Can't wait.
When it comes to Gavin Newsom, and it's this strange obsession Newsom has with Donald Trump and anything MAGA.
Not you, though.
And we know about the LA riots. He's still trying to be relevant. The whole situation was going away. It had completely went away once the Israel-Iran war kicked off. And now Newsom is trying this sham lawsuit to get back in the news and go against MAGA, and he's calling MAGA evil. And remember, initially, we have to put all of this into perspective, what Newsom is doing here. In 2024, honestly, like a year ago at this time, because this is when Biden had the terrible debate yesterday and then ended up dropping out, people were talking about, well, maybe Newsom somehow being elevated over Kamala Harris. That would be a very hard thing to do, considering Harris was the VP. But people were talking about it. So Newsom really has always been this kind of 1B option for the Democrats when it comes to leading a ticket. Now, in 2024, that didn't happen because of Harris, but you can see right now the Democratic nominee in 2028. I think this is kind of ridiculous to be looking at this right now, but this does add context to the video. Newsom is sitting at around 13% in terms of the betting. He's been ahead basically the entire time. AOC and Pete Buttigieg, I highly, highly, highly doubt would ever lead a ticket in 2028. Newsom seems like by far the most realistic option at this point. That's not to say he's going to lead it. I still don't love his chances. I think somebody else is going to emerge, and they're going to steer clear of a coastal elite. Although potentially you could go with a Gretchen Whitmer as a VP, maybe to balance it in a Rust Belt state. But let's not think too far about this. Let's understand that Newsom, we would say right now, is the clear leader. And I think we can agree on that. That doesn't mean, it really doesn't matter because it's 2025. It's a political eternity 3 years from now when the primaries are actually happening. Or I think at that point the primaries will be wrapped up by, mid-2028. Yeah, they would be, because we'd be talking about going into the actual election cycle, the general election cycle at that time. But you can see Newsom is explaining why he's suing Fox News. This is amazing. That's what Democrat Wins Media says. They're saying it's amazing. Remember, they always call Trump this horrible fascist. These are big labels you put on Trump. So then what happens is the Republicans will say, okay, you need to explain what you mean. What has Trump done that's terribly fascist as it pertains to him in terms of leadership, leading the country? And then they say, well, he sued Ann Selzer, the Ann Selzer poll. He sued CBS because of the 60 Minutes interview. That's what they say on why Trump's a fascist. So now we've got Gavin Newsom, and I believe what this is.
If you asked me what makes Trump fascist, I would not say either of those things. I can guarantee that. I would not bring up any lawsuits from Trump. Who the fuck does that? I've never heard that.
Is Gavin Newsom is suing Fox News over a phone call and now saying it's just like the Dominion lawsuit, and he's saying, I'm going to fund my campaign with Fox News money. That's probably what he's thinking. because he's obsessed with 2028. He knows this is his time. And unfortunately, Democrats, no matter how ridiculous it is, they do get rewarded by their own party for simply opposing Trump, no matter the situation. And again, this is a situation that was already resolved, and it was not in the public eye. This is how news works in 2025. Something is hot one day, nobody cares about it the next. We have very short attention spans when it comes to spotlight news coverage on events. That's why when Israel-Iran happened, everyone forgot about the riots and the fact that Trump called in the National Guard. But Newsom and his team are like, well, we somehow have to stay relevant. But I don't even know, like Newsom needs to realize it's not even the midterms yet. I don't know why he's this.
Bro, the reason why you stopped hearing about the riots is because they stopped. There was no riot. Wow, the National Guard did nothing, and it was a big waste of time. So you stopped hearing about it because nothing was happening.
It's like he's running a campaign that's going to be, what, 3 years long? 3.5 years long? I mean, you could
Does he
argue
think
when
the
Trump
riots
had a
are
spat
ongoing
with
or some
Newsom about
shit?
the California
I'm
fires,
so confused.
That was another situation. And he wants to have immense power, and he wants everyone to know that he is the clear frontrunner for 2028. So this pandering to where it's I'm anti-MAGA, and you see AOC do it. To be fair, AOC is more left. With Newsom, it's just he's clearly pandering. And then, you know, you've got people like Crockett and some of these others. Cory Booker will go out. He'll talk for 25 hours straight. It's all in an effort to try and raise money for a 2028 campaign. So all these Democrats are jockeying, but Newsom, it's like there's an extra obsession there because he knows that technically he's the leader and this is his one shot to be the Democratic nominee in 2028. So there's this crazy obsession, and people like within Newsom, they're like, he's obsessed. It's really unhealthy. It's you know, we have to help him somehow because it's still 3 years away and he'd be running against Vance. And how about what he said to Vance during the time in which he had the political spotlight, when he had the mainstream news coverage because of the riots? Newsom said to J.D. Vance, because Vance is like, yeah, we want to help these people. We're managing the situation. You know, we're elected. I mean, we're trying to help. And then Newsom's like, I don't care about any of that. You debate me right now. And it's like, dude, I mean, this is the type of person we're dealing with here. Newsom challenges Vance, who's the current VP, who was just elected like 7 months ago, to a debate. He's like, debate me, bro.
Is Vance afraid?
But no, that's where we're at with Newsom. And so let's see what some of this is. Newsom's like, yeah, this is the Dominion 2.0. I'm gonna win a huge lawsuit because Fox News lied about a phone call. Is that really what this is?
No, I
Don't
appreciate
lie.
it.
Remember when Newsom had his big address to the country and like 10 people watched during the riots?
I think you summed it up beautifully. I mean, they knowingly misrepresented the facts. They altered and edited statements of the President of the United States,
like 60
videos, and they knowingly stated that I lied about a phone call with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, as we know, lied about a phone call he had with me the day before. That call, in fact, was almost 4 days prior. Trump himself went to John Roberts at Fox to show a screenshot of the call. That call was never in question. They went on then to alter the fact that the president said it was a call the day before, and then it was weaponized further in the Jesse Walker.
It was a call before. It was 3 days ago. I was on the toilet. It's like, dude, nobody cares. This is absurd. And this loses liberals' actual talking points against Trump. He's like, they misrepresented me. Just like when remember they called Trump a fascist. They said he's a fascist because he was suing CBS. When CBS, during an election cycle, they say they're fair. They say they want to give 60 minutes interviews to both
Do you
Kamala
really not?
and Trump. I don't even think
Bro,
Trump
these
took
people
his.
literally don't know how
But
editing works.
Kamala Harris has this incoherent babble as a response
Him suing people over like editing.
Question.
Who is saying that's fascist?
I'm not even sure what it was, but it was a big topic. And they edited out.
Oh, so you don't even know what you're talking about now. Good to know.
It was about 15 seconds. They edited out.
Wow, editing, crazy! I can't believe it.
Crazy cut, and it didn't even make sense in terms of the context of the answer. So
wow.
This is the exact same thing. But then here's
this
Newsom,
guy
like,
must lose his mind when he goes to see a movie and in a specific scene that was in the early trailer isn't in the final movie. I bet he loses it at that.
Showed a fake law. It's like, dude, nobody cares. But see how the relevance. This is Newsom.
Oh, but you care about the editing for the other one?
Called me and he said
I don't
he called
understand
me at
these people,
11:52,
man.
But it was
That's why I want to
actually
fucking just
11:51.
talk
He
to
lied,
them.
and Fox News is going to be sued because Jesse Walters said he called me at 9:32, but it was actually 9:17. He lied by 45 seconds. But it's like, well, what is this? They lied by 3 days. You're going to sue him? Really? This is trying to stay with the attention with Newsom, but Newsom knows, he senses that he is the leader right now within the Democratic Party, and there's going to be a point to where some of these just annoying.
Nobody
Newsom
thinks that
is gonna
except
have to start
idiots.
going after some of these annoying women within the DNC, because he wants to be the true leader, and some of these women they want the top mantle, they want the spotlight.
Oh,
And at some
okay.
point,
Now it's
Newsom's
about
gonna
women.
Say, bitch, shut up. You know, I'm the leader of this party. I think that's
What
probably
the
coming
fuck?
at some point with Newsom, because he senses this is his political breakout chance to go against Trump. But at a certain point, his strategists need to say, this situation is over. You need to stop trying to sue people. Just move on from it. Whether the phone call was on Tuesday or it was on Monday, but it was at 7 a.m. Pacific time. No, it was at 6 a.m. Pacific time. It was at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard
Bro,
Time. I mean,
Trump
like, what are we
supporters
talking about?
telling
We're
somebody
arguing
to
about
move
a phone
on
call,
from something
and
is,
you're gonna
like,
sue him over
wild.
that? Do you want to keep the spotlight on you? That's really what this is. And so, like, you look
I
at
don't
this
know. I
Newsom,
wouldn't
he
know about
senses
this if I wasn't
he's their
tuning
only
into you.
viable-
It sounds
I don't
like
even think he's that
you're
viable.
putting him in the
You could say
stoplight.
I mean, you could argue maybe Shapiro is viable. How tall is Shapiro? If
what?
Shapiro's only like 5'10", it's not going to happen.
What are you talking
But
about?
Shapiro might be viable. Newsom.
Nobody's
being
gonna-
California.
Nobody gives a fuck about
they
Shapiro.
would need a Rust Belt or someone from the Midwest to be the VP, which is probably why it would be Newsom and Whitmer. Although that's two Caucasians. We know how the Democrats feel.
Two
about that when it comes to
Caucasians,
balancing
bro
the ticket.
said.
Maybe they won't care because it's male-female, but Wes Moore, I've heard things about. He said he doesn't want to do it from Maryland. He's someone that I think would pose a threat to Newsom, honestly, because he seems a bit more balanced. But he said he's not going to run. We'll have to see. Stephen A. Smith, it's not going to happen with Stephen A. Kamala, it's not going to happen with Kamala. Bashir, he's a lapdog. Whitmer, maybe as VP. Cuban's kind of a wild card.
Okay, bro. We're not even close to the election. What are we doing here? Fucking derangement syndrome, bro.
Of the site, drop site, which you can find on Substack. We'll put a link to that. And also the co-host of Counterpoints on the Breaking Point. Wait,
for this exact reason, we are actually like phasing out the name Counterpoints because it's just so confusing. Counterpoints on the Breaking Points channel, so it's just all going to be Breaking Points now. So we'll just have 4 co-hosts of Breaking Points, but like 2 a day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we will win.
We just broke some news, did we?
You did. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Emma Vigeland on her honeymoon. It's already been 4 days. I don't know what she's doing, but
women.
There's a couple stories I want to talk about, but let's obviously start with the big one. You literally wrote the book about winning a campaign when they have money, but we have people. The name of your book, I'm not sure if you recall, the first one was "They Have Money, We Have People."
Yeah, there you go. And underpinning that is that you also do need a little bit of money, not just people. And New York City's matching funds, I don't know if it necessarily made this possible because, as Mamdani was turning money away, but without the match getting him into the kind of credibility, viability range, maybe he doesn't get that amount of small dollars because people don't want to just give to anybody who is going to get 3%.
Absolutely. And you can't manage 50,000 volunteers unless you have some paid staff.
Exactly. And you can't organize that number of volunteers without some paid staff. And they might show up once and then it's a disastrous experience. Nobody's got a clipboard for you. They don't tell you what to do. it's hot out, and you're like, well, I tried.
Yeah.
But so to make it a fulfilling and enriching and useful experience for these volunteers, you have to have it well structured and organized to get them to not just come back, but then to recruit their friends. So yeah, you do need money too. And which he had.
All right, so let's, track this for us. I know that you interviewed Mamdani like 7 months, like it's maybe around January, I think.
I think it was, we just looked, it was November the first time.
November,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your sense of like how this tracked over the campaign. I mean, we interviewed him in January, and I noticed like about a month or two ago that the title was still like, is he going to beat Adams? And we're like, oh, we should change that. Now, of course, it's back in play because Adams had dropped out. But what happened here? I mean, what do you attribute this to?
That's interesting. He had to get past a threshold of support, which means he had to start raising enough money that he could start getting his name out there, and and he did that very early, and thanks to these matching funds, up to $250, it's matched like 6 times or something. So he had, by early January, a significant amount of money to start spending on social media ads and to put together a team that could then produce these really well done social videos that were getting out there. And he hit the podcast circuit pretty hard, so there you can reach kind of a threshold amount of people who are like very plugged, because they're very plugged into politics. Like in fact, outside of the campaign headquarters on Tuesday night, I met a woman who was going to an exercise class. She was wearing a Zoran shirt, and she said, "Hey, I love Breaking Points and I love the Majority Report." Like
She said both?
Yes, she watched the Majority Report.
In that order?
Okay. Well, Breaking Points is in the morning. Majority Report's in the afternoon.
Makes sense. Okay, that tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Yes. And she said, like, she was constantly wanted to watch these programs to get updates on Zoran, and but she'd been watching it for a long time. So that's the kind of person that's going to then volunteer for the campaign. So because of this independent media pipeline, you can actually reach them. And then at some point, I think the public woke up to the fact that Andrew Cuomo was seriously trying to have another act as mayor of New York City, so then needed to start paying attention to this election and to see who the viable opponents were. And by the time people were paying attention, Mamdani was viable and had a message that resonated with people, which is that the city's unaffordable. Like, you have to make several $1 million a year. You tell me, in New York City, for that not to resonate with you.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, the city is incredibly expensive. And it does resonate across a very wide spectrum of what, people would be surprised, I think, if you live in other, in smaller cities, just like how wide that resonates. I mean, I had people the day after the election approach me about childcare, and they're like, we're spending $40,000 a year on childcare. And now look, there's obviously cheaper childcare, but I don't know that you can get it cheaper than like $15,000. I mean, I was in a co-op 12 years ago for nursery school, and that was 12 years ago. It was around that amount of money, but you could save money by a co-op, but this and that. But it helps, just the idea of being seen in that way by a candidate, I think. But I just want to, this is, what's fascinating to me is that it feels like the Cuomo campaign and the entire Democratic establishment was so upset the day after. Whether that was like in the CNBC crew. I mean, obviously, let's put the right to aside for a moment. It is amazing to me because we have seen, starting with the Howard Dean campaign, which was in 2004.
Is that the Beyond guy?
There's a shift in the dynamic of how campaigns are run. And the reason why the primary is in June in New York State is because it was a incumbent or a big name protection racket.
Right.
They have the machine. Cuomo knew from day one he was going to get his 350,000 votes that are going to come from the machine that has been built.
Right.
And they just assume nobody can get a higher number than that. So if we put it in the summer, people won't come out. They don't realize that this alternative mechanism to at least get a jump start. I mean, look, Mamdani is a great candidate, and not everybody could do that. But they don't realize there's a mechanism, there's a counter machine that exists now that didn't exist, let's say, 30 years ago.
Yeah, AOC found that exact kind of crack because it was right around the exact same time that her primary was scheduled against Joe Crowley. 40,000 people voted in that primary. This is a district that represents roughly 700,000 people. So, Zoran had, 50,000 volunteers? She needed like 16,000 votes total to knock off one of the most powerful Democrats in the entire country. It's sort of, it's like a Death Star situation where somebody put a little flaw in the blueprint that, this will work unless you can excite people and get them out to the polls. And Democrats could not imagine a world in which voters could get excited to go to the polls and vote for somebody other than the party machine hack that was being put up. And that lack of imagination has now cost them across the board. DSA's elected a ton of people to the Assembly, the Senate. After 2018, Mamdani was elected in this 2020 wave. I actually met, do you remember Adnan Gabor-Gorges, who was the second candidate running against Elliot Engel?
Yes. I interviewed I interviewed him as well at that time, and he dropped out in support of
Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
And that was actually a crucial moment because he dropped out and endorsed Bowman, and then it was just a day or two later that Elliot Engel went to this Black Lives Matter rally.
I'm only here because I'm being contested, yeah.
And he was only there, I think, because he now had only one opponent and thought he might lose. But anyway, Gabor-Gorges was at Zoran's party. He organized these African voters for Mamdani, and he told me that when he was running in that 2020 race, in September 2019, he went to the AOC Bernie rally, which is right nearby in Astoria, just canvassing, trying to raise money, get signatures, meet voters. And he said he saw this kid kind of hustling outside of the Bernie Sanders AOC rally. And the kid had some magnetism to him, so he went over and watched him for a while, and watched him speak to people. And he's blown away. He's the only candidate I gave money to. He came there to get signatures, shake hands, raise money. He ended up giving this 26-year-old Zoran Mamdani $5 for his campaign, and stayed in touch with him after that. And he, Mamdani that year knocked off a longtime assembly member. And Mamdani and the other DSA members, formed this bloc in Albany, which caused real problems for Cuomo. And I argued, helped kind of push him out. He may have been able to withstand his different scandals, if not for this genuinely oppositional bloc that was against him in Albany. And so this has been building for a long time. And the city Democrats never moved the primary. You could move them together, have everything in September.
Yeah.
Or you could have everything having it in September, really screwed them with George Santos, because they had all of these guys elected in September, and then they had no time to be oh, by the way, this one's a con artist.
Yeah, I mean that's the it's a dilemma, and I should also say that this primary garnered, as far as I can tell, I don't know the exact numbers, but close to 20 to 25% more voters than the last mayoral primary.
Yeah, it was well over 1 million. So,
and the other dynamic, I think, is that progressives were smarter about how you win. I mean, one of the stories was AOC. They, people were waiting on her endorsement. She ended up endorsing in timing wise, almost the same time she had in the prior race. And from my perspective, I don't know if this is what their thinking was. It made a lot of sense because people don't know that this campaign is happening. You want to do it close so that it's like an action item, right? You don't want like, hey, make sure you buy my book in 6 months when it comes out. No, you want people to be able to act. But one of the stories I read was that like she and her team wanted to see a coalition, like some type of like cohesive strategy by all the progressives as to how you're going to beat Cuomo. And I don't know. Do you know much about that story?
Yeah. Yes, and also, that is the case. And Brennan Mencia, who's a UAW official who organized the UAW's endorsement of both Mamdani and Lander, they came in very early, and they pushed those two very hard. They said, look, you guys need to be together. Like this needs to be, you need to cross endorse. Like you're not going to be able to beat Cuomo alone. And AOC felt the same way. And I there's who knows counterfactuals, etc. But I think it's true. Like I think Brad Lander's support for Mamdani was essential to getting him to just fortifying him through some of the tough moments. But then also, Mamdani's team was telling me that their early polling had them winning something like 60-40 of Lander's voters. After the endorsement, that moved up considerably to like closer to 80-20 or something, which is really unusual, which shows like, because usually candidates can't actually move their own voters to somebody else. The voter's like, yeah, I like you, but if you're not going to win, I'm going to choose for myself. It's rare, actually. And, AOC can do it, Bernie can do it, a few people can do it because they become a heuristic in people's minds. Like, okay, yes. Bernie supports this person, then I don't need to look into them. He's looked into it, it's fine. But there's not a lot of people that can do that. But Lander, for his voters in New York, was able to do that, and so that was really. He
created a permission structure, I think, for a lot of Jewish support to say, like, okay, I trust.
And broad Elizabeth Warren level support, yes, for college graduates.
Speaking of that, the Colbert or Late Show thing. Do you know anything about the sort of like what went into that interview? Because I was very surprised to see Stephen Colbert ask that question, particularly in the context in which he did it. It was sort of like almost the first question. But it also struck me like, that is a great question to ask. That it's not inconceivable that was put on the agenda by the candidates, because you are reaching exactly the demographic you want, that Cuomo has been reaching with relentless ads. If you want a chance to address that ad, that would have been the time and place to do it, and sitting next to Brad Lander would have been the way to do it.
I don't know enough to say whether or not that was orchestrated or organized. I have heard that it was rocky, like that there's more even to the story, that behind the scenes there was even some kind of aggression from around that whole situation.
Oh wow!
Which I'm still trying to report out. So I don't have all the details yet. So I think that there could be multiple things happening at the same time. I think there could be some kind of Colbert factions or whatever, inside his staff or something that really wanted like an ambush type of, like, we're going to nail this guy situation. But then you're right that actually it plays to, Lander and Mamdani's advantage. Because not only does it look weird, it's like, aren't these guys running for mayor? Like, what is going on here? And then really you're going to be attacking this guy when the two of them agree for the most part about this issue, and he supports him and vice versa. Like, so it does really take the teeth out of it.
I think it was very helpful for Mamdani. I think it was very helpful.
If there were some Colbert staffers who thought that they were going to hurt Mamdani with that, it shows that that's why they're in comedy. And not
well, I mean, but Colbert, in my experience, and I haven't, I haven't had a conversation with him in over, probably 10 years. I was surprised by that question, just knowing, what his politics were, at least. I was rather surprised. But all right, let's look down the road a little bit. We don't know who Mamdani's going to be running against. It could be like, sort of the ghost of Andrew Cuomo, because he's still going to stay on the ballot, which, if I'm Mamdani, and Cuomo's still hemming and hawing, having his name on the ballot is not a bad thing. Because if he's not going to put any effort into it, which, it sort of feels like that's only going to cut into Adams. And it just makes it harder for, Bill Ackman to know who he's going to pay. I also think, do you have a guess on who Ackman's candidate may be? Because I have one, and I'll say mine first, just so that you don't trump me.
Okay.
Listen to the words I'm going to say. Mayor Seinfeld.
I almost tweeted that yesterday. I didn't want to tweet it into being, though.
No, I know.
So now that you've done it, it's your fault.
Yeah, there you go.
He did use the word young, and maybe compared to Larry David, Seinfeld's young.
Yeah.
Although Larry David's been old for like 55 years.
Yes, that's true. I don't know.
Now, if Larry David ran, now he'd have to move from LA, right?
Right. No,
I mean, everybody loves Larry David.
Or
that's the real concept.
What's that guy, Pete? What's his name? The guy from Saturday Night Live? Pete Davidson. I honestly think that's what he's thinking in his head. But
I thought he was thinking Richie Torres.
Yes. It's true. Yeah. He's not joking. Matt's laughing because it is that like.
No, I genuinely think that's the name. Because also, if you think of what Jerry Seinfeld, I love it. If you read his entire pitch, like that whole post is so worth reading. It's Ackman begging somebody to run and making the case for why you should run, and his arguments are so just playing right to the person's self-interest. Like it's a short campaign. It's not even that much of a lift. You don't even have to campaign that hard. You don't have to fundraise. I'm going to raise all the money for you. You're not expected to win. So if you lose, it's not actually going to hurt you that much. And you're going to make connections to donors who are then going to be supportive of you for the rest of your career. Like he's just explicitly saying all this stuff.
Yeah.
Which is like nice of him to do in public, because you can imagine him sitting down in a boardroom somewhere and explaining all this to Richie Torres. But it's like nice to hear him just say it out loud. And then he says, I would say the person's name, but the fact that I'm a Trump supporter, would then tarnish him. So if I just do this and recruit him publicly and then spend all of his money, then he somehow isn't tarnished. But yeah, that's the case. And he's telling Richie Torres, what do you have to lose? It's 4 months of your life, and then you get connections with us billionaires for the rest of your life.
I didn't realize how insane Bill Ackman is.
He
is a crazy person. It is nuts.
I'm so glad that he's in public, though.
I think this is publicly known, but in 2004, I was writing a blog that was supposed to be a personal blog by a New York Times reporter. And it was back at the time where, people of a certain age could get this wrong and think that the blog was only available to their friends because it was like locked to their friends. And so it was just all this sort of catty stuff. And it's like, does this guy think that nobody was he trying to sort of like get a huge thread of people going like either, Richie Torres should run or, that's a great idea. Or this is brilliant. But like, anybody with half a brain realizes you cannot do a write-in candidacy to win a mayoral election in New York City. Like,
yeah, and is Richie? Does it have a T? R-I-T? Is it R-I-C? Like, is it Richard? Like, so yeah, a lot of confusion there. But yes, in that post, he said, then if you have names, please post them below, and then I'll create a poll so that my fingerprints are not on this.
But we know it's him. Like we know.
WhatsApp group, man. You opened it.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. It's like he thought that he was just doing this on his own Signal channel or something, and nobody else was reading it, and that he would not get 1 million responses that were all mocking him.
It reminds me of this great Saturday Night Live skit in 2016 where Trump is like, I don't use insecure email. I use this private messaging app called Twitter. And the moderator's like, Twitter, that's public. He's like, and I'm still in the election.
Oh,
That's public.
Somebody was also doing that, like, was it that Chris Lilla thing where? Like,
Oh yeah,
was it
Snapchat. They can access
You
those
can take
later?
pictures. Wait, what? All right, last question on this. What happens with, like, we have Mamdani needs to implement his stuff. He's going to need to win in Albany if he wins the mayorality, and they're going to fight. Not only are they going to fight to keep him from being mayor, but if he becomes mayor, they're going to try and make it the worst, mayorship in the history of New York. I mean, they're just going to tooth and nail. But it seems to me that Kathy Hochul has a problem.
She does.
Because Antonio Delgado, her lieutenant governor, is already trying to run to her left. And she's been trying to sort of edge over there. And now, like, is she going to want to be seen as the one who's blocking Mamdani from achieving, like, if I'm Mamdani, on day one, I go up to Albany. Like I say, thank you for inaugurating me, and then I just go up to Albany and start to do this, because I got about 1.5 years to get this done, it seems to me. So aside from, like, all the implications that could be nationally, of, like, where it's going to push Democrats, and maybe we can talk about that in later weeks. But for Hochul, this could really push Hochul to the left, because she could be looking at Lawler. I mean, that's a general election question, but if she moves to the right, Delgado could. If she moves to the right, Delgado could end up being between her and Mamdani. And so this is a very tenuous place for her, and she has never struck me as that bright of a politician.
No, and also Mamdani and Delgado, both former rappers, right? So
I mean, I don't know if there's a rapper code or whatnot.
Beat, more likely beat. No, but yeah. So what he that's so that's where his experience actually is helpful. Like he does know Albany. If his movement can get primary challengers out in the field, like starting immediately for the next cycle, and you have and WFP out there as well, challenging 10 to 20 assembly members and 5 to 10 state senators who are wobbly on these questions, and Mamdani doesn't endorse it first. You hold that the endorsement is the bullet in the gun that you hold back. If these state senators and assembly members pressure Hochul to let Mamdani just do the things he said he was going to do when he ran, like which is not a radical ask. Like,
and
he ran
frankly,
on these
the things that he wants to do are not as radical as people make it. Like, there are municipally owned grocery stores. There are free buses. There are, rent control's been done before, by multiple administrations. None of this stuff is, pie in the sky. It's, this is not radicalism. This is New Deal Democratism on some level.
And people voted for it, so let them do it. And so, and then if Albany comes through, then Mamdani can disappoint all his supporters and not endorse the kind of challengers to these incumbents, and even endorse the incumbents if the incumbents allow him to execute on his agenda. And Hochul, then the more pressure there is in Albany from the Assembly and the Senate, the more pressure there is on Hochul to do it as well, because then she really is the one standing in the way with Delgado over here. Like you said, taking up that space. So it does seem like it's not insurmountable. Like the New York Times is just like, oh, he can't do this. It requires Albany, and Hochul says forget it. But it's not that simple.
No, and I think she's doing a soft forget it, so that if there is a candidate to run against him in the the fall, that's how they're going to run on. Like his program's already dead in the water, but she's going to be singing a different song We saw her on congestion pricing. She is not adept at this. Right. I don't know what else to say. She is not adept at this. All right, Ryan, I'm going to let you go because I know you got stuff here. But one final thing. There was a big investigative story in Haaretz. Drop site news has been incredibly not only consistent but relentless and insightful in its reporting on what's going on in Gaza. We had Jeremy Scahill on, a couple of weeks ago, talking about the interviews that he had done with Hamas, and this story about it's almost been, we've seen it, but we didn't see what just how depraved it was, that there were orders, standing orders, to shoot Palestinians coming for food aid.
Right. We've heard it from Palestinian witnesses. We've heard it from the medics and the doctors and the nurses at the hospitals who've treated the victims. We've seen videos of it, but what we hadn't gotten yet, and what Haaretz delivered, is inside reporting from the soldiers themselves who are participating in these massacres. And Israel is such a small country. Imagine it's a country the size of, say, Maryland. And so, I grew up in Maryland. If Maryland was at war, I would know a whole bunch of the people who are at war. And so the journalists in Israel are better sourced than our kind of journalists, because we've got a military of millions. And so if a group of Marines commits a massacre somewhere, chances that I'm going to know one of those Marines is not very high. Whereas in Israel, they're going to, these people are friends. They're texting. They know each other. And they're like, you have no idea what we're doing out here. Well, we do have some idea, because we're hearing it from the doctors. We're hearing it from Palestinian witnesses, what's going on. And the soldiers are telling them, we're being ordered to shoot at civilians. I had, when I first saw this, and I think I talked about this on Breaking Points, saying it looked like Squid Games, like an actual real life Squid Games. And to see in Haaretz, the soldiers themselves call it the Israeli version of red light, green light. It's depraved on just an utterly incomprehensible level. Every time that these massacres occur, almost every time, the IDF says, we're going to investigate this. We heard that there were warning shots were fired. We're going to investigate this. They never investigated. What Haaretz shows is that if you do investigate, even without the authorities that a military has to investigate itself, you can uncover what's going on here. And the ICC comes into play when a government refuses to prosecute war crimes. That's the condition under which the ICC has jurisdiction. And so the only argument in Israel has for prosecuting some soldier.
Okay. So this isn't technically why communists should support Iran. It's why it says why Americans should support Iran. This isn't. Ooh, baby. Yeah, it'll take a while to normalize. It's a 5-hour video.
Soldiers during that, for that rape in Stade Talon prison that was caught on video. The argument was, if we don't do this, it gives the ICC jurisdiction. Even that argument is falling flat, it seems.
It just seems like they do not care, and there has been clear evidence of this, like you say, from the perspective of Palestinians and from doctors. And it's not like the people in Israel, in Israeli government, or in the Israeli military don't see these things. It is a willful blindness, it seems to me.
I saw Mom Donnie shared that Haaretz article today.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's part of the global jihad that Christian Gillibrand was talking about, spreading Haaretz articles.
That's right.
Haaretz.
Haaretz.
Somebody just corrected me on the I am. It's like, do people not watch this show?
He pronounced Ryan Grimm right today, so give him some credit.
I did. I was like, oh, do we have Ryan Grin on again? Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. I really wanted to talk to you because of all the reporting you did and now you have like a trilogy.
I thought I was done with this.
Because Ryan has written 2 books that are sort of historical, diptych?
Yeah, there you go. Volume 1 and 2.
Volume 1 and 2. Having traced AOC's campaign and that concept, and this is a concept that is growing. And like I say, I think we're seeing that this is sort of like the you really can track it to the Dean campaign in terms of their ability to understand.
People traces it back there. Yeah.
Thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Know you're on vacation. That
Always
is
a pleasure.
Look how dedicated.
Look at that.
Let's talk about Iran. At this moment, a very tenuous ceasefire holds, or maybe by the time I'm done filming this, it won't hold. Here was Donald Trump this morning expressing his frustration about violations of the ceasefire.
We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Now, if this ceasefire takes effect or it remains in effect, that will be a very strong positive for the whole region, indeed for the whole world. It will mean that no U.S. service members were injured in Iran's retaliation against our base in Qatar. It will mean, hopefully, an end to the fighting between Israel and Iran and the loss of life as a result of that war. It will also mean that, at least for now, Iran has chosen not to escalate because of the vulnerability of the regime, because of the weakening of its defenses by Israel, and for a host of other reasons. So if this holds, that will be an unmitigated positive. Does that mean that this operation has ultimately improved our security or Israel's? That is a much less clear question. Let me explain what the impacts of this attack on Iran's nuclear facilities mean for your security and the security of Israel and the rest of the world. But before I do, let's talk about Iran and its nuclear program. This is important context to understand what just took place. So for decades now, Iran has had a nuclear program. And I think the first thing to understand about this is there's no need no legitimate peacetime need for Iran to have a nuclear program. Iran has plenty of oil and natural gas to supply more than its energy needs. So this is not an economic necessity, it's not a peacetime necessity. Iran has pursued a nuclear program for decades because it believes that having a nuclear program will be a deterrent to the rest of the world from attacking Iran. Now, what Iran has decided to do, at least since the early 2000s, is be a nuclear threshold state. That is, up until about 2003, it had a program that was both enriching uranium to levels you might see consistent with a civil nuclear energy program, but it was also engaged in clandestine work potentially towards a nuclear bomb. After 2003 or thereabouts, Iran apparently made the decision not to, for now at least, pursue a bomb. That is, not to enrich to weapons grade, not to develop the mechanism of a bomb, or to develop the means of delivering that in terms of a miniaturized warhead. That was the status up until the recent strikes that took place. Now, both Democratic and Republican administrations have made it clear that the U.S. policy is that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. That is a policy imperative and objective that I share and transcends party lines. Why is this so important? Well, for a variety of reasons. First, Iran is the leading sponsor of terrorism in the world. You don't want the #1 sponsor of terror in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That would threaten Israel, that would threaten the United States, or that would threaten any other country. But second, if Iran is allowed to develop the bomb, then every other nation of capacity in the region will feel it needs to develop the bomb. So Saudi Arabia will feel it wants the bomb, and Qatar will want the bomb, and UAE will want the bomb, and everyone will want the bomb in the Middle East.
Well, I guess they should start their programs
then. The last thing in the world that we need in this world is a Middle East in which multiple nations are armed with nuclear weapons. That is a disaster waiting to happen of the highest order of magnitude. So it is imperative we prevent Iran from having a bomb. But multiple generations have wrestled with the question of whether a military strike, like Trump just ordered and took place, or diplomatic means is the best way of preventing Iran from actually getting the bomb.
Well, I mean,
During
there was
Obama
a good
administration, there were lengthy
diplomatic
negotiations
means
which
in
resulted
place. What happened to
in
that?
something called the JCPOA.
Oh, wow.
This was a nuclear agreement that put limits on the number of centrifuges, or the type of centrifuges Iran could use, the level of enrichment. It was a time-limited agreement, but it also provided for vigorous inspections, and it prohibited, at least on paper, it prohibited Iran from ever developing the bomb. Now, this agreement wasn't perfect. It didn't attack Iran's non-nuclear state sponsorship of terrorism, and it didn't prevent Iran from developing more and better centrifuges to create faster, higher enriched uranium, but it did outlaw Iran from having a bomb, and it was achieved through diplomatic means. When Trump became president the first time, he withdrew from the agreement, and the result was tragically predictable, and that is Iran went back to enriching uranium to a much higher degree than it would have been allowed to under the JCPOA. When Trump came to office the second time, ironically, after having left the JCPOA in the first term, Trump immediately began negotiating with Iran over what looked like a second JCPOA. Now, there was pushback when it was learned that the agreement that Trump was negotiating would continue to allow Iran to enrich. And it looks like the Trump administration had a change of direction in which they started to insist that their nuclear agreement would require that Iran give up any enrichment whatsoever. Iran refused. And that brought us to where we are today. It brought us to the decision by Donald Trump to bomb 3 significant Iranian nuclear facilities. The one at Fordo, that is buried in a mountain, the one at Natanz, which has a lot of the centrifuges doing the highly enriched uranium, and Isfahan, which stores a lot of the nuclear material, a lot of the highly enriched material. So the U.S. bombed these sites. Now, what is the net effect of this? Is our security greater in the wake of these attacks, or is it less? And the candid answer is we simply don't know, because it will not be completely up to us. It will depend a lot on how Iran responds to this attack on its nuclear facilities. And it will also depend on what kind of damage these aerial bombardments did to Iran's facilities. Here is what we don't know. In the days leading up to the attack, there were observed on commercial satellite a score of trucks, about 16 in total, that showed up at Fordo and that evacuated something from Fordo. Now, did they remove highly enriched material from Fordo? That is, Does that material still exist? J.D. Vance's answer here indicates that some of that enriched material may not have been destroyed.
You know for sure where all the highly enriched uranium is?
Well, Brett, I think that's actually not the question before us.
So one question is, how successful was the bombing run? Is there still highly enriched material out there? Is there enough material still out there in Iran to produce multiple nuclear weapons? Another question is, how long would it take Iran to rebuild these nuclear facilities? There will be a damage assessment undertaken that is going on right now, in which our military and intelligence agencies try to determine how significant was the setback to Iran's nuclear program. But probably the most significant question is, what is Iran's long-term and near-term response to this attack? It could take multiple forms. It could push them to the negotiating table. It could also push them to now make a dash to develop a bomb. That is, Iran may make the determination that being a threshold state, as it was in the past, is not enough. It needs to be a nuclear state the way North Korea is if it's going to avoid further attacks on its nuclear facilities, or what Iran most cares about, attacks on the regime itself. So it could have the effect of Iran sprinting towards a bomb, and in that respect making our security worse, not better. This is the reason why I oppose the military strike. That is, the risk of it making the situation worse.
They have to make up the scenario so they can say why Trump
making the situation
doing
better.
this was
And in the
bad,
absence
because
of an
they
imminent
really
threat
are
that Iran was
pro-bombing.
breaking out to build a bomb, that risk, in my view, was not a risk worth taking. Now, was Iran breaking out to develop the bomb? I've seen no intelligence that suggests it was. And indeed, the Director of National Intelligence testified only in March that Iran had not made the decision to build a bomb and was not building the mechanism of a bomb. Did something change between March and the present? I think the answer is no.
Well, Casey, I'm a member, as you said, of the Gang of Eight. We're supposed to know. I have no foggy idea what this administration's plans are or what the foreign policy is vis-a-vis Iran. Last Thursday, when these attacks started, the president said, well, Israel's doing this on their own, and we obviously have been willing to help Israel defend itself. Israel has that right, and Iran is they are bad actors, but I also know that there's been no change in the intelligence that was Director Gabbard, the DNI, put out in March that's saying Iran had not made a move towards a nuclear weapon. Well, Casey, I can tell you this. We got a brief as recently as Monday, that seems ages ago, that said the intelligence community has not changed their assessment that Iran had not moved towards an actual weaponization. They've clearly enriched additional uranium, but there is then, how do you put that in a weapons form and how do you deliver it? And if this president is going to suddenly blow off all of the consensus opinion of the intelligence community, well, what are these folks' jobs? Their job is to speak truth to power, not cook the books. When you cook intelligence, you end up with a war like Iraq.
That has nothing changed in terms of our intelligence. Here is how Pete Hegseth tried to dodge the question of whether the intelligence had changed to justify these strikes.
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests and reduce the Iranian nuclear program.
And here's Marco Rubio trying to dodge the same question, arguing falsely that somehow it just doesn't matter whether Iran was trying to build a bomb.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked on the media, that's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they
key
need to build a
point
weapon.
in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know
No,
that.
it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
the political decision
I
had
know,
not
no,
been
better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But I'm asking you whether the order
No,
was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given.
In light of those responses and the lack of intelligence shared with Congress supporting the conclusion that Iran had changed course and was actively pursuing the building of a bomb, I think it's fair to assume that intelligence did not drive this decision. This is also important for another reason, and that is the constitutionality of the president's order to attack these targets. That is this lawful, what the president did? Whether it is constitutional depends on a couple things. It depends on the imminence of an attack on the United States by Iran, of which there was no evidence. But it also depends on whether the decision to bomb these nuclear facilities was likely to embroil the U.S. in armed conflict with Iran. And that is simply unclear. And given the lack of clarity on those issues, I think these strikes were unconstitutional. So what is the remedy by Congress when a president arrogates to himself the decision to engage in military strikes that could lead the nation into war? It's something called a War Powers Resolution. This is a statutory vehicle created in the wake of the Vietnam War that allows Congress to force a vote. It is a privileged resolution to force a vote on whether those hostilities can be continued. Tim Kaine has introduced a War Powers Resolution to prohibit sustained hostilities with Iran. That is a resolution that I support. I've been working with him on some of the language of the resolution. This will not prevent, if it is passed, it will not prevent the United States from defending itself and defending our troops and our citizens anywhere in the world. It will not prevent the United States from providing Israel with the defensive and intelligence support, but it will ensure, I hope, that we don't have another endless war in the Middle East. So I will be voting for that War Powers Resolution on the floor. Finally, let me just say this. I am enormously grateful for the skill, the courage, and the professionalism of our service members that conducted this strike, even though I don't believe this strike should have been ordered. Nevertheless, our pilots returned home safely, which I am endlessly grateful.
Thanks, Terramantis.
They performed that mission with great skill and capability. There were 7 B-2 bombers involved that hit these sites.
Oh my God.
Cruise missiles also used to degrade Iran's nuclear capability.
So I can see what I'm doing, please.
I hope that mission will succeed. I hope that it will denigrate Iran's nuclear capability. I hope that Iran won't choose to try to rebuild its nuclear program. I also pray for the continued safety and security of our service members all over the world, and I pray for peace in the region and continued security for our ally, Israel.
Oh God. Stop yapping at me in the background. Fucking can't stand this shit.
%95 of people agree with vaccines.
Yes,
I mean, when was
yes,
the last
very important.
time
Yes.
that many Americans agreed on something? You know, like, and so what I'm very concerned about is that the very minority representation is now, one, making these decisions, but also have this huge megaphone around this sort of stuff, and it's going to start chipping away at that 90+% of Americans. I'm very concerned about that.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm Dan Pfeiffer. For our Sunday show this week, we're going to do a deep dive
Michelle
into Robert F.
Pfeiffer?
Kennedy Jr., the Make America Healthy Again movement, and the dangerous changes to vaccine policy happening right now. While Trump's illegal deportations, unconstitutional airstrikes, and crypto scams get most of the attention, RFK Jr. is quietly dismantling the public health infrastructure that Americans have depended on for decades. These changes and the rise of the MAHA movement are having a profound and dangerous effect on our science and our politics. My guest this week is someone who's been keeping tabs on MAHA and RFK Jr. since the very beginning. Dr. Caitlin Jetelina began writing the Substack, your local epidemiologist, in the early days of the COVID pandemic, and it's now the platform's top science newsletter. She's an epidemiologist and data scientist and the co-host of the America Dissected podcast with former Crooked collaborator Dr. Abdul El Sayed. I invited her on the show to discuss what this movement is, why it's resonating with so many people, whether there's anything we can do to stop it. Caitlin Jetelina, welcome to Pod Save America.
Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here.
I have so much I want to talk to you about. I have been thinking and worrying about what's happening
here? I mean,
with
I'm just
RFK Jr. and
trying to edit a
HHS
video
and the MAHA
in the
movement and
background.
vaccines for a long time, so we have a lot to get to. But I want to start with this week's meeting of the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the committee that sets vaccine policy in this country. Before we get into the specifics of this meeting, can you just level set here on what that committee does, the role it plays, and the changes that RFK Jr. has made to that committee that are concerning to so many?
Yeah, sure. So it's called ACIP, Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, and it's basically an external committee of typically experts in vaccinology, pediatrics, medicine, epidemiology, I mean, you name it. And it plays a really important role in the...
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland off this week. Want to welcome to the program Senior Lecturer in History of the Middle East at the University of York, Iskander Sadeghi. Iskander, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, he struggled getting that name out.
Let's start from the your sense of the forces that led to. I mean, I think the Israeli sort of desire to attack Iran has been in existence for my entire adult life, as far as I can tell. From Netanyahu's been talking about this for 30 years. Do you have a sense of what the other players in the region, what their perspective is on this, and what might be inspiring Trump and the forces that may be sort of acting upon that? Because I know you have a piece today in the Jacobin about the Shah's son.
Fuck that guy.
Well, I think the Shah's son, which we can get to in a little bit, is more of a useful idiot and a propaganda tool, which is basically being used by the Israelis. Somewhat effectively, I guess, but not all too effectively. Obviously, there's a grander kind of, geopolitical agenda at work. Obviously, this animosity and hostility to Iran has really defined Benjamin Netanyahu's entire sort of political career. I mean, from the mid-90s, he's been harping on about the imminent threat posed by Iran's nuclear program. So much so that actually even an Israeli scholar, a scholar by the name of Haggai Ram, wrote a very good book called Iranophobia, in which he kind of explored how Iran really was a way in which Israeli elites managed to deflect from sort of neoliberalization in Israeli society. So many of the contradictions defining Israeli society. Iran has sort of been this perpetual boogeyman, I think, and sort of presented as this existential threat. And of course, Iran has this history, a long history going back to the revolution of 1979, obviously supporting the Palestinian cause. Obviously, it defines itself, the Islamic Revolution defines itself against sort of American hegemony and Israeli kind of dominance in the region. And I guess we're sort of seeing sort of this long arc of various regimes which have been ousted or overthrown, many of which were obviously seen as posed
the bugs don't like the robots?
Israeli domination of the region.
Oh no, there's
Iran
guys
was
over
always
there
seen
fighting them.
as sort of the final sort of obstacle, the final sort of country to take out in this long list that famously Wesley Clark spoke about as well. General Wesley Clark spoke about. So I think this is sort of, he saw this as his opportunity, really, in order to force the issue. My sense is, I mean, again, and we really don't know the granular detail, of course, but my sense is that, there had been extensive sort of intelligence sharing between the Israelis and obviously the American government, the Pentagon and so on. I'm pretty sure, that had been shared for some time. And I think it was a matter of timing, really. And I think, obviously, following the fall of Assad, there was, I mean, I'm sure you heard this for the last couple of months, that, Iran is the weakest it's ever been. Now is the time. And I think, obviously, he forced the issue. But he also managed, I think, convince Donald Trump. And I think, maybe they both had different objectives. I think Donald Trump's objective was to use the Israeli attacks one, to weaken Iran further, and then obviously maybe pursue this attack on Iran's nuclear site, but also potentially use it as leverage, not to negotiate, because I wouldn't call this a negotiation, to basically to impose what he called, quote unquote, total surrender. So that's, I think, sort of the lay of the land in the sort of grander scheme of things.
Will you just remind people, because in this country, history usually only goes back about 3 years. And in the context of Iran, it's as if nothing existed prior to 1979. But will you just, for folks who don't know...
Everyone watching Sam Cedar knows what they're about to get
the
into.
History going back to 1953.
Why not before that?
When Mossadegh was ousted in a... CIA and, as far as I know, MI6 coup.
MI6 coup backed by the CIA is like the most acceptable way of framing it. Before you're like, it's still like the Chomsky shit about not one more inch.
Give us a little bit of that
false history shit.
I mean, I think that is a good place to start, absolutely. But I think we could I won't really go on a long digression, but we could even go back to sort of
Thank you.
When Iran
This
was
guy rules.
Facto divided into different spheres of influence by Imperial Russia and Britain, where you have the establishment of BP, what was called Anglo-Iranian Oil Company at the time. It was basically an enclave which was completely controlled by the British, even we had its own sort of security services. Then you can even move to 1941, where Britain, and again this time the Soviet Union, basically invaded Iran, occupied it. Then, of course, we can move to 1953, where in 1951, sort of the nationalist premier Mohammad Mossadegh had decided, with a lot of sort of a popular mandate, really, and a lot of popular support, to nationalize the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which is today known as BP, British Petroleum. And of course, he was immediately sort of faced with a naval blockade by the British. And then you had ultimately the Eisenhower administration and Churchill government here in the UK plot for his overthrow. And then he is ultimately obviously overthrown by the MI6 and the CIA. And then subsequently after that, the Shah returns from Rome. And then we have really this steady building up and consolidation of his dictatorship. And obviously, the United States, the CIA, as well as the Mossad, actually, the Israelis, had a very, very decisive role, actually, in building up the infamous Savak, which tortured and executed many, many dissidents in Iran during this period. And that was the source of, this growing enmity, because obviously they had, very much the United States was seen as supporting the Shah throughout this period in a very kind of uncritical way. I mean, we can go to sort of 1976, where, the Shah was really buying more American arms per capita than any other power in the world. And maybe even in absolute terms at that point, he was the biggest purchaser of American arms. That's why he was sort of given so much leeway. And he became known as the gendarme of the Persian Gulf, sort of very much carrying out within this broader kind of American hegemonic security architecture, so very much aligned with broader American objectives in the Persian Gulf region. And Saudi Arabia at that time was more of a junior partner, actually. So yeah, obviously this is sort of, and in 1975 he established a one-party state as well. So that's another kind of feather in his cap. And then, of course, he's overthrown in the revolution, which runs between 1977 and 1979. which obviously brought the Islamic Republic ultimately to power.
The Islamic Republic, what was the revolution that took place in '79? How much of it was a function of there were pro-democratic forces? There was, I was young at the time, so I don't remember the details. But there were multiple sort of like cohorts that were involved in that revolution. It was that the Khomeini cohort had the most sort of like power, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the revolution was a broad coalition. It sort of ran from liberal nationalists to kind of more religiously inclined sort of nationalists, to Marxist-Leninists, to Maoists, to obviously Islamists as well, but also of various hues. Some that were more influenced actually by sort of Marxian sort of ideology, some that were closer to the clergy and sort of the commercial classes, the mercantile kind of classes, the bazaar. And obviously, I mean, Khomeini was very clearly kind of the unparalleled and undisputed, I think, leader of the revolution. I guess not many Iranians necessarily envisioned the constitution that would ultimately emerge in the power struggle to define the post-revolutionary state, however.
I'm starting to see some reports on our IM, and I don't know that it's possible that there was an attack on that U.S. base in Qatar that Matt Duss had just told us. Some people were saying was imminent. What is your sense of the potential of this being one round of tit for tat as it comes in terms of America? And
doesn't matter that this is old. I would have said it regardless.
I'm sure that both maybe the Trump administration. Well, I have a set. I think up to a point that is how maybe the Trump administration has envisioned it, and I also probably think that the Iranians similarly hope for that to be the case. But the problem with these things is that they have a kind of a life of their own, and it's usually where these sort of unpredictable factor which sort of enters in where this could spiral. I think that's always been the fear. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are referring back to when General Qasem Soleimani was assassinated by the Trump administration in Iraq, again on a sort of a ruse, sort of luring him there for negotiations actually with Saudi Arabia, and then he was killed in a third country.
What?
And then in retaliation for that, Iran basically telegraphed ahead to the Americans to empty out the Ain al-Assad airbase, which they did, and that sort of controlled it. And I guess maybe that has happened.
Okay. Let's see if these audio waves look better. Okay, decent. Oh my god, nothing's working for me. Come on, give me my fucking... Hello? Okay, whatever.
See, I don't have any information in that regard, but I would assume that is a possibility that may be similarly, because I did gather that already the Qataris had closed their airspace. So and obviously Qatar is it's on the one hand, it's a close ally of the United States and hosts, CENTCOM, and it's sort of the biggest airbase in the region, but it is also a friend of the Iranian government as well. It's they have cordial relations, so I could imagine Iran basically giving them a heads up, and that's why we saw that. So that would make sense to me. That seems plausible.
I mean, if you Google Iran bombs Qatar, you can see reports as early as 2, 3, 4, or 5 hours ago that it was imminent, which seems to me to be a sufficient amount of time for at least the people on that base.
Okay, I gotta find this part where I'm yelling for the sting on this video. I think this is when he moves on to the Hela Klein stuff. Okay, so it's definitely in this zone where I lose my shit and just start yelling. Ooh, here looks like a loud patch. This might just be this video. Might be right here. How the socialists doing when that Israel is backing? Are they relevant? You know? Like, why the fuck is a girl like that gonna fucking believe in any of that shit that you're pushing? That shit was not to fucking liberate Iran. The hijacking of this movement by fucking Israel and all that stuff, as limited as it fucking was, had nothing to do with Iran. Okay, a lot of F words in there. Definitely can't open a video with this. It had everything to do with justifying more terror by the Israeli regime. That's all it was for. At the end of the day. Because who fucking benefits more than the Shah's family than fucking opposition bullshit? You know? The real opposition doesn't have a fucking voice because they're on fucking Telegram.
Code laws and the
fuck off. Fuck off. No, they did not. Go fuck yourself. Also, this is like being like, yeah, but stop and frisk wasn't really a problem. The morality law is not about the fucking hijab, you fucking idiot. It's about justification for police to grab whoever they want. It is a stop and frisk policy of genocide. Alright, that section's not too bad. I just have to clip some stuff. I'm just gonna lower this audio while I'm editing. Fuck off! They did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. Go fuck yourself. Also, this is like being like, yeah, but stop and frisk wasn't really a problem. The morality law is not about the fucking hijab, you fucking idiot. Cut this piece here. The fuck? Here. Hijab. About the hijab is not about the hijab, you hijab. About the hijab. Okay, that's good. It's about justification for. It's about here. It's about justification. Okay. For police to grab whoever they want. It is a stop and frisk policy of genocide. Okay, almost there. Then move this here. No! Move that there. Move that there. Wait, that's wrong. I had it right to begin with.
of genocide.
Wait. I fuck up. This goes here. And then we put it here. Uh-oh. Let me do a little fade in here. Do a bigger fade than that. And boop up. And then go here. Throw this in here. Okay.
To either evacuate or get into shelters or whatever it is that they would do. That doesn't seem like an exactly like a surprise attack, as it were.
No. I mean, just one thing that I would just add that I think is important. Iran, I mean, you have to really understand that Iran, from the outset, since the Israeli act of aggression in violation of Article 51 of the UN Charter, Iran has actually consistently been indicating, both to the Gulf states, that it doesn't want to target them, or it doesn't want this to expand and get any worse. So they have been, because they don't want to alienate the Gulf states, and they've actually been trying to indicate that it's the Israelis in particular, and obviously the American attack. The Americans obviously very much have a hand in this and are seen as a co-belligerent. I mean, I guess they already were even before this, but they've been trying to indicate that, and trying to show that the Israelis are the key sort of agents of instability. The true sort of agents of chaos, and this is why they've very much been sort of appealing to the UN, appealing to the UN Charter, appealing to their Gulf allies. But I think obviously the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites by the United States was just one. You know, it was obviously just a red line which just couldn't be allowed to be passed without some response.
What is your sense in terms of the stability of the Iranian regime, and what do you have any sense of, like, in the event that it was to sort of become shakier, what entities might take over, and where would their sympathies be?
I mean, my sense, at least for the time being, is that there has been a sort of a rallying around the flag or a rallying around the homeland effect. I mean, this has been remarkable. I've remarked on it, like, at the very outset. I've seen scenes which really are reminiscent of the 1980s in Iran, when basically, obviously, the United States backed Saddam Hussein's invasion, more or less, of Iran and supported that war effort for 8 years. So I mean, I have seen a fair degree of resilience. Obviously, the Iranian state is very unpopular in some quarters. It does, however, have a deep base of support. I mean, we need to understand, I mean, it came about through a revolution and then was basically institutionalized and forged in a war. I mean, the people in the Revolutionary Guards basically fought for an 8-year period, and they fought in sort of World War I style trenches. The idea that they're just going to melt away, I think, is for the birds, to be honest with you.
That's what I say.
I do think it is resilient, and I think actually, I mean, the thing that I'm seeing, and I try to follow their
government is going to have to
fucking their kind of discourse is. I'm not obviously endorsing that, but I try to get a sense of what they're thinking. And then, from what I gather, they're ready for a longer campaign. I mean, I think, and from what I understand, I mean, maybe this was a symbolic strike at this American airbase, but from what I gather, they actually want to draw this out with respect to strikes on the Israelis because I think their main fear actually is that Netanyahu then goes back to his public, with this sort of sense of triumphalism, and then potentially moves to try and normalize strikes on Iran. So I think they're actually going to continue to sort of work out the weaknesses and vulnerabilities in Israel's air defenses. And I think, there is a good chance that they will try to continue that because, Netanyahu's promise is this is going to be a quick lightning campaign and we're going to be triumphant. And actually, the greatest fear, and you also see this amongst Israeli sort of security analysts and so on. I mean, one of their greatest fears is that this gets drawn out for weeks. So I think actually they're kind of revving up for that. But yeah, I mean, the Iranian state itself has multiple vulnerabilities, of course. There's a lot of discontent. There's been protests, both over the economy, both over the conditions, the political conditions, over the state in which women have often been treated. There's been lots of protests in that regard and discontent. But again, I mean, in conditions of war, what happens is society tends to get militarized, nationalist fervor. It's very predictable. I mean, if you spoke to me beforehand, I could have easily predicted this. I think many experts have also said that this would actually happen. And this is really kind of detrimental, I think. If we support, struggles for greater sort of democratic rights and civil rights and labor rights, sort of a highly militarized society is not going to be conducive to that, obviously.
I am skeptical as to that's what our support, where our support really is. I mean, I would imagine to the extent that the United States and Israel have a desire for regime change in Iran, it is for some version of the Shah again.
No, I absolutely agree with you there. I meant sort of us who people of good conscience, maybe.
Yeah.
But no, absolutely. I mean, I wrote to be honest, just the sheer brazenness, actually. I really just don't. I do think the Israelis and their understanding of Iran is just untethered from reality. I think, on the one hand, they're fed stuff maybe by the parts and elements within the sort of monarchist Iranian diaspora. And on the other hand, I mean, maybe their own expertise. And also, I just think, the fact of the matter is that they've sort of had this the sense of impunity ongoing for many years. But obviously, it's intensified since sort of the genocide in Gaza has been carrying on unabated. So there is this kind of sense of imperviousness and invincibility. And within days, actually, of the strikes, Jerusalem Post was outright calling for the balkanization of Iran, which immediately circulated on Iranian Twitter and social media. And I mean, even people who really do not like this regime, which are horrified, and they really have no trust or no faith whatsoever in either the Americans or the Israelis. And they see this happens in Libya, in Syria, in Iraq, Afghanistan, and they understand that both I think the United States and the Israelis would prefer a really fragmented, shattered state without any real capacity and ability to function. Than actually a strong functioning state. And I think they understand that, and that's why we see the reactions across much of Iranian civil society that we have.
I think it's hard for people to appreciate how incompetent in terms of making these assessments the Israelis can be, and frankly the U.S. can be. I mean, we saw this with Iraq. People were convinced that Iraq was going to, within months, blossom into some type of free market paradise, and society would be, and things would function. And we watched 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years of total incompetence in the form of the Coalition Provisional Authority. Maybe it was a little bit longer, but it was shocking the level of assuredness that the so-called experts had. And I think it's like, as just citizens, we presume like, oh, we may disagree with the idea of, attacking and bombing another country, but these people must know what they're talking about on some level, even if we disagree what they're doing. But their assessments can be completely, totally blinkered.
Well, just to speak to that, I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the latest New York Times reporting, but it basically says that they don't even know where the the stockpile of highly enriched uranium is. And there's plenty of actually evidence that, I mean, they're claiming that Iran's centrifuges have all been destroyed, but I mean, I wouldn't bet on that. So on the one hand, what the Trump administration has done really untold damage to the nuclear non-proliferation regime, like really damage beyond measure. They've shown it to be absolutely kind of hypocritical, have a double standard. I mean, Iran was the most inspected place on the planet. And obviously previously subjected itself to the JCPOA in 2015, as we know, the deal which Mr. Trump crashed. And then what we have is a scenario whereby two nuclear-armed states, and Israel basically brought nuclear weapons into the region, attacked a country which, all indications show was really, really eager to do a deal.
I am going to just make a quick snack while this exports and shit. I can't do basically anything else, but since I'm hosting the video on my laptop, it shouldn't slow down the export just too much. So,
and the reason is, I mean, Iran is not obviously a fully democratic society. I mean, it's not a democratic; it's a competitive authoritarian society. But there are societal levers in order to exert pressure. And there was significant pressure on the government to improve the economic situation. There was a lot of discontent amongst the middle classes, the lower middle classes, and just the brutality of the sanctions over the last several years, as well as sort of economic mismanagement and so on, had really, impoverished a huge number of people. It had really had a devastating. I've seen it amongst my own family. It's devastating. So there was significant pressure on sort of the Iranian government to do a deal, and basically the Pezeshkian government, who was recently elected, sort of was very much elected on this platform of negotiating with the United States, was elected on this platform of reaching a diplomatic settlement, and was elected on this platform of getting sanctions relief. This is what he was elected to do, and he had broad support across the political spectrum. So, Iran sincerely pursued this, and what happened? They were attacked. I mean, they were attacked, and it's not only. And the thing is, I think I really also have to just center here. We have like over 800 people being killed at this point. I mean, an uncle of a friend of mine was killed, was murdered, and just the shit. And it's just absolutely, and it really has alienated beyond measure, beyond words. Countless Iranians, actually, who are really sympathetic, actually putting pressure on their government to do a deal with the United States. So that's kind of the situation now. It's a completely corroded nuclear non-provision regime, and really, a government, but also people who are deeply now skeptical that they can trust a word coming out of the Trump administration's mouth. Because what happens? They say we're going to negotiate with you, and then they end up, bombing you, launching surprise attacks. Even the 2-week deadline, which Trump then said, "Oh, we'll give you 2 weeks, or and then we'll make a decision." And then obviously Seymour Hersh published this piece saying that attack would happen over the weekend, and he actually was proven to be absolutely correct. So this is the situation we're in, and I really don't know how we're going to then how they're going to break through this sort of the trust, the sort of the lack of trust, the complete distrust that now exists.
Do you have any? I mean, it seems to me that the ability of the United States to get into any negotiation in any context has been severely damaged because of this. I mean, severely. And Trump has effectively said, regardless whether it's like the Paris Accords or the original Obama nuke deal, or just even these negotiations, it's completely, there's no credibility. I just don't know how any government anywhere could enter into negotiations with the United States and not feel like they're putting themselves at risk domestically for looking like idiots and fools. What is your sense of why the United States did this? Like, we have the intel that seems to be unanimous that that the Iranians have not had a program since 2003. Before you answer, actually, what your sense is of the United States, because I have, who knows with Donald Trump at the end of the day, but the Iranians have enriched uranium to 60%, which is far greater than you need for a civilian use. Still 30% less than you need to even begin to make a weapon that could deliver it anywhere, et cetera, et cetera. But what is your sense? What was that increase in enrichment? What was that about?
My sense is that that was a way of gaining leverage, because the reality is, it's a massively asymmetrical kind of negotiation. I mean, and if you think about it, Iran entered the JCPOA. It literally poured concrete into its heavy water reactor in Iraq, so it could never be actually used again. And there was extreme criticism actually within Iran that you're basically destroying, real gains in our program, and you're giving up real material things for these ethereal things called sanctions, which the United States can just impose at no cost whatsoever, very capriciously. So, I mean, there was a lot of criticism within Iran in this regard as well. So, I mean, so my sense is that this time they were saying, okay, Trump's going to pull out in 2018. The Biden administration, which has a lot to answer for bringing us to this point, who basically kept Trump's, quote unquote, maximum pressure. And I think we shouldn't really even use this euphemism. I think it's really, really actually dishonest. It's a form of economic warfare to really destroy and hollow out a society, and create mass discontent, so that can then be weaponized. I mean, that's what it is. It's not. Maximum pressure is a euphemism, and we shouldn't. And millions of people, millions upon millions of people, lives have been destroyed by this. And I've seen it with my own eyes. It's just horrendous. So. I think Iran was saying, okay, you're going to do that. We're going to build up this stockpile. We're going to use it as leverage. I think actually the issue is the Iranian leadership probably underestimated the willingness of both Netanyahu, post October 7th, basically to push all caution to the wind, and the United States basically to let any guardrails have been completely removed. I mean, and that should have been really clear from what he did to Lebanon when he was basically engaging in collective punishment and killed, in excess of 3,000 people, basically carrying out outright sort of terrorist actions with this pager attack, which really was an act of state terrorism. It should have been, and obviously then killing Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, and basically destroying, several apartment blocks in order to do that using a bunker buster bomb.
It's over
when
here
that was
saying it's going to
implemented
take
and the
an
whole
hour and
world
a half
clapped,
to
or the
render. There's no way that's right, right?
It should have been clear to Iran that basically there was no limits whatsoever. So I think probably Iran did make a miscalculation. They probably thought that they could do this and actually get a deal. And that's why they entered this negotiation. Because the reality of it is, I mean, if they did decide to go and actually weaponize, pursue a nuclear deterrent before this, that's a political decision, which means they would have to effectively stop all cooperation with the IAEA. And therefore, that would basically, the whole world would be alerted to that. And then they would have to basically actually turn it into a device, meld it into the metal that was necessary to put it on a warhead, then get the delivery device, all these sorts of things. This is actually a complex and very difficult process that would take considerable time. If you actually look at other states that have pursued weaponization, they're not members of the NPT overwhelmingly. The only one is North Korea, but Pakistan wasn't, India wasn't, and neither was Israel, obviously. So I think we have to take that into consideration. So all of this sort of scaremongering is just that, absolutely. And the reality why Iran didn't go down the route of a nuclear attempt, which they might actually be very much regretting now, because obviously they can compare, the fate of Libya with that of North Korea, is because they didn't want to bear the huge amount of economic isolation and the heavy political costs that would come from that. And why is that? Because they would receive significant pushback amongst the Iranian population. There would be protests, or there would be riots, or there would be significant political discontent. So that's why they didn't take that decision.
That discontent would probably theoretically be a little bit less in light of what's happened, and the idea that short of a nuclear weapon, we have no protection against these bombings. Where do you think this goes next?
Yeah, that's a really difficult one. I mean, my sense before this news that you've just informed me regarding the strike on Al-Udeid, possibly, I'm not sure. Will the Trump administration sort of leave it at that and say this was a tit for tat? Has this been, in some sense, choreographed? Even but I think actually my sense initially before this news was that they might actually hold off on this They weren't going to play the cards of the Strait of Hormuz. They weren't going to play. I mean, already we've seen sort of shipping insurance double. I mean, in a sense, and we actually, I mean, someone did send me actually an update from Donald Trump talking about oil prices. It does seem he's getting a little bit nervous there, actually. So I don't think Iran wants to play that card yet, which shows that they don't feel existentially threatened. And they also have other options. I mean, I still think, even though Hezbollah has been depleted, I think it is more than capable, actually, of entering into the fold. I think Ansarullah in Yemen is more than capable of, again, even more forcefully entering into the fold, possibly even closing the Bab al-Mandab Strait as well. These are all cards to play. But I think the main thing for the minute, they will be focusing particularly on Israel and actually ensuring that they've raised the cost sufficiently so that Benjamin Netanyahu does not actually try to normalize just bombing Iran anytime he feels like it.
Iskander Sadeghi, Senior Lecturer of History of the Middle East at the University of York. Thank you so much for your time today. We'll link to that piece in Jacobin, and perhaps we will speak again soon. Hopefully, this will be just a tit-for-tat situation, and but it's hard to imagine. So. Yes.
Yeah. My family's displaced. Yeah, they're all displaced. They've left Tehran. Yeah.
All right. Well, our thoughts with your family, and
appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Appreciate your time. Hey, folks! Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that.
There's no way this takes an hour and a half, right? Oh, look, it already cut it to 1:16.
ICE is still going around being thugs. It is incredible to me the what we're witnessing here, and it's so unclear to me to what end beyond just a bigotry. I was going to say, like, if I was, I wouldn't know how to look at myself in the mirror if I was doing these type of things. We know how these guys are able to do that. They wear a mask. So when they look in the mirror, they don't have to see themselves.
Oh, that's a big tough guy.
It is going to be interesting if the Democrats take control in a year and a half from now of Congress, to find out exactly who are the people participating in these raids. What is the mechanism in which they determine who they're going for? I mean, this is the low-hanging fruit. Remember, they're going after criminals, right? Do you think for a moment that if there was some type of violent confrontation where the violence was coming from the so-called criminal gangs or criminals, that we wouldn't see this in a loop played over and over again? When they talk about the dangers to ICE agents, it's all, hey, people are going to dox us because they're so disgusted by what we do. People are going to hold us to account for who we are and what we do. People are going to say, you're a person who has no shame. So literally, a couple of days after we bomb Iran, where we all but call for regime change, although Trump sort of did at one point, where we have people going on television, they hate us for our freedoms. This is an oppressive place. And Iran is incredibly oppressive for a lot of people. It's almost like we should be open to providing them asylum, those Iranians. Well, we did at one point.
Yeah, previously we have done stuff like that.
And what happens is their paperwork goes through a process. But sometimes that changes. And here is a clip of an Iranian pastor in Cornerstone Church, West LA, who happens to be with an Iranian asylum seeker. And then it appears as if his wife, the asylum seeker's wife, has some type of seizure. This is disturbing footage. So if you don't want to see this, pause it or turn it off for the moment. But here it is.
Why are you taking him?
Stay back for a few feet. You can record. Stay back a couple feet.
No, I want to know. I'm his pastor.
He has no warrant, sir. All right?
For what?
He's being arrested for immigration.
He's asylum seeker.
It doesn't matter, sir. We're just following orders. He's got a warrant.
Pause it. Can you just I suppose there are people who are so historically inept, but can you imagine saying we're just following orders in this instance?
Yeah, where'd you hear that before?
If that guy has a sense of history, he's got nothing else.
I plead the Nuremberg defense. Good.
He came with CP1. Why you're doing this?
It's no longer valid anymore. That's why.
my friend. Hey. Why? Please. Can I have his stuff?
Please, phone. Yeah. No, he can't have it. Yeah, only my friend.
Where you're taking? Can I follow you?
No, only. Where's the friend? What are you taking?
What?
Hold on, give me just a second. This is what.
Why you're taking him? Bora tu. Eshkana. Bora tu. Why are you doing this? 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 Why are you doing this?
Investigation.
Why are you doing this?
You want to be arrested as well? You'll be under arrested.
Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen. Arrest me.
Don't get closer. Stay there. Stay there. Stay back.
Let him go.
Stay there. Stay back.
She's bad.
Stay there.
Let her go.
Stay there.
Let her go.
You don't stay there, you're going to be arrested for interference.
She's sick.
You're going to be arrested for interference.
She's sick. I'm here. She's sick.
Nuremberg defense. Good.
He came with CP1. Why you're doing this?
It's no longer valid anymore. That's why.
my friend.
Hey.
Why?
Please.
Can I?
It's no longer valid anymore. That's
Why
why.
they fucking got like cartel skinny jeans on and shit? Why they literally look like Sinaloa bros?
Please.
Can I have his stuff?
Please, phone. Yeah. No, he can't have it. Yeah, only my friend.
Where you're taking? Can I follow you?
No, only. Where's the friend? What are you taking?
What?
Hold on, give me just a second. This is what.
Why you're taking him? Bora tu. Eshkana. Bora tu. Why are you doing this? 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 Why are you doing this?
Investigation.
Why are you doing this?
You want to be arrested as well? You'll be under arrested.
Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen. Arrest me.
Don't get closer. Stay there. Stay there. Stay back.
Let him go!
Stay there. Stay back.
She's back!
Stay there.
Let her go!
Stay there.
Let her go!
You don't stay there, you're gonna be arrested for
She's sick! She's sick!
You're gonna be arrested for interference.
She's sick! I'm here! She's sick!
Okay, stay there.
She's bad! Call 911! Call 911! She's bad! She has a problem! My God, you're... Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? They came from persecution. From dictatorship. I'm from Iran. I'm from Iran. You're so cruel. So cruel. Have you read the news? Have you read the news? I was in prison for my faith. They're there in Iran. They're from Iran. You know, we fled because of our faith. Can you take me with them? They need me.
No, sir.
They need me.
You can stay there and you can record, but you can't go with us, okay?
مرجان اوکی میشه مرجان جان I know you're doing your job. But my heart is just... Seriously, you all guys came for one person?
What is her name?
Marjan. Seriously. Only 2 people is enough. What's this? It's army here.
That's security, sir.
It's army. Like 2 people.
For who?
Have you read the news what's happening in Iran? For women? They came here for freedom, not like this. Shame on you. I know you're doing your job, but shame on you. Shame of this government.
It's so funny.
Yep.
Like, I know you're just doing your job, but go fuck yourself.
They have a 3-year-old.
Come on. The fucking buttons, bro. They just, like, don't work today. I'm saving that to show Jack. Okay, now play.
Child. That's my understanding. Child. I think they have a 3-year-old child. That's my understanding. Absolutely just sick. Absolutely sick stuff. Apparently they're Christian Iranians who, because of their religion, suffer from some type of religious oppression.
Seems like good candidates for asylum.
It's just insane. Absolutely insane. Total monsters.
We didn't play this, I don't think, but Joe Rogan, I don't know if you saw this, he said this. Clipped here. These ICE raids are fucking nuts. Maybe we did play this. We did play this, yeah. But we're gonna. If Trump had said we're gonna go to Home Depot and arrest everyone, tackle people at construction sites, I don't think anyone would have signed up for that. A lot of the people that you vote alongside absolutely would have.
100%. I go deep into the sort of like anti-ICE on Instagram now. Like I've supplanted almost all my woodworking things to find. In Massachusetts, like these things. And it is very easy to find comments in these things that say, good, this is what I voted for. It is completely blinkered to...
You helped that, Joe.
Yep.
Your big old platform. all the money from Spotify. You couldn't look into what the actually intentions were.
Yep. I mean, just absolutely twisted. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about...
After. Let's see what the autocomplete just be bringing up.
A late addition to the absolute freakout on CNBC.
The business community.
The business community. And the fascinating thing about this is you might recall, I think it was during COVID, I think it was, there was a lot of talk of the rich are going to flee New York. And I think we have like 150, 130 billionaires in New York and several 100,000 millionaires. And we hear about this all the time, like the capital flight. Like, remember how like Goldman Sachs, I think they were going to move their headquarters to New Jersey? Mm-hmm. And it turns out that rich people like living in New York because it's great for rich people. Now, it's possible that if you make New York great for working class people, for middle class people, then maybe it won't be so great for rich people. It'll just be 7/8 great for rich people. And that 1/8, of course, is that you're walking around with so many not rich people who are causing things like, well, I don't know. I mean, congestion pricing is you know, you can ride in your car now and not have to worry about it, but maybe, I don't know, maybe the size of the helipad is smaller because there's building, who knows? But they are freaking out. This is like reminiscent of Chris Matthews. People may not remember him. After Bernie Sanders looked like he was like on a roll in 2020, that he was afraid of being taken out into Central Park and being shot. I mean, the reason why they think Mamdani came out of absolutely nowhere in the past 72 hours is because they're completely out of touch.
It is not the closing of a steakhouse that David Zaslav likes to, and you like to go to. You and I have had dinner there a few times.
Yes, and you and I are going to recreate that place.
The rent's too high. You know what? The new mayor, potentially, of New York is going to freeze the rents, and everybody eats for free, so they don't have to worry.
Really?
Yeah.
Pause it for a second. Now, of course, the mayor is not going to be freezing commercial rents. I don't know that there's a mechanism to do that.
Or even all residential rents.
He's going to be freezing rent control rents. Or hopefully. And while a rent freeze would probably slow the inflation of your steaks at your steakhouse, it would not make them free. But I get the joke. How much it would suck for you to go to your steakhouse and get free steaks.
A steakhouse is a very particular class of person's experience of New York City.
Oh, come on. Everybody goes where David Zaslav. Incidentally, I mean, this is a little far afield, but David Zaslav has wrecked so many companies by extracting millions upon millions of dollars from it. Like, if your argument is that he's going to scare the rich people who create all the jobs from New York City, I have some very bad news for about David Zaslav. This guy knows how to create value for himself. But go ahead, continue.
And everybody eats for free, so they don't have to worry.
Really?
Yeah.
But how about the rich?
No.
Do they get shot?
No, yes, they get taken away.
Kulaks.
Let's get that one more time.
No, yes, they get taken away.
Rich?
No,
Do
well,
they
no.
get shot?
No, yes, they get taken
Are we
away.
kulaks?
Yes, they
Is
get
this
taken away.
Lennon
We have to go.
in 23?
We have to leave now.
I'm not
But
John
everybody
Lennon.
else, there he is, Mom Donnie.
Maybe he's more moderate
winning
than we
the
think.
Democratic primary for mayor and potentially a successor of Eric Adams. That said, there's still a general election to come here in New York. And by the way, of course, we're here, we talk about it, but we are talking about a $2 trillion economy. It's not nothing.
It is
He wants to get the rents down. One good way to do it is to stop all business and drive everybody out. That'll bring the rents down.
That's a very good point. Right? Go to Jersey, where I am.
Yeah. All right.
Whoa, wait a second. You guys don't even live here.
I'll go to Jersey where I already am. For tax reasons.
Exactly. There could be capital flight, which is going to raise prices and create more congestion in my neighborhood in New Jersey.
I hope they sell at a loss on their way out.
I think Kramer was joking about the shooting, but is that going to be allowed? Are we open to that? Let's go back to let's go to the other CNBC. Let's go to Joe Kernan since we're in this neighborhood. This is number 7. This is his. This is Joe Kernan. This is what he is anticipating happening. Jim Cramer's worried about the rich being shot and free steaks for rich people, I guess. But here's what Joe Kernan, and it's fascinating because not only are these people incredibly wealthy, none of them seem to live in New York City. Good.
Controller. Becky's going to control it. No, but you know what? I don't want to go here, but Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham and what the guy running for mayor?
This is Tim Pool.
I was about to say.
These are grown-ups making an assessment of the mayoral race. And I just remind you, this is CNBC. If you're only listening to this, this is CNBC.
That's what rich people watch.
This is not Crowder. This is not Tim Pool. This is not some lunatic in, their mom's basement. These are grown men with ties.
Talking to investors.
I don't want to go here, but Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham and what the guy running for mayor is up against?
Pause it for one second. I just want to say one more thing. Now, you mentioned Tim Pool, and I will say that Kernan's dye job looks like he's wearing a knit cap. So maybe that is the thread. All right, go ahead.
Control it? No, but you know what? I don't want to go here, but Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham and what the guy running for mayor is up against? That's what it reminds me of. They're taking Wall Streeters and making them walk out onto the ice in the East River and then they fall through.
Yep.
I mean, there is a class warfare that's going.
So what's happened here, I think,
is the rich type.
There's a division within the Democratic Party in New York City and New York State, and it's emblematic of the division that we see nationally. How far left does the Democratic Party want to go?
In Chicago,
it wasn't a winner in the national.
Of all people, the Chicago Tribune tried to save New York from itself. And
the New York Times told voters not to vote for the so-called.
Think about
The New
that.
York Times said yesterday that his joyful campaign brought new voters into the fold. Yes, but then they said, please don't rank him on the ballot. They said they weren't going to endorse anybody, and then they said, because
Batman. I am Batman.
Oh wow, a bunch of newspapers owned by capitalists are against the socialists.
You know what's fascinating about this? So this class war that they're talking about, would that involve Ackerman? Is that his name? Bill Ackman? The
Never heard of him.
Who donated to Andrew Cuomo, or Michael Bloomberg, the billionaire that donated to Andrew Cuomo, or the $30 million, which I suspect probably came from very wealthy people. Like, the class war was existing 3 weeks ago and 6 months ago. It's just that you guys lost in the primary. You lost. And to be clear, you lost to probably 80% of New Yorkers, 70% of New Yorkers. I mean, if that's where the class lines are, you lost to 70% of the city.
But what about the business community?
There's a split in the Democratic Party. It happens to be 70-30, but, you know. Exactly. The same exact. His dye job is sort of like one of those thermometers of money raising thing where you just sort of like. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe. Our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Come on. She's a little slow today.
What's going on, guys? Here with the come back to
Great audio. Love it. Why is there baking soda behind you? And why would you buy an expensive mic just to have shit audio? Like you clearly did the research in what microphone to buy. He probably just Googled what microphone should I get and then bought one with an expensive price tag, right?
I want to bring you a little bit of what's the guy's name, man? Danny? The guy that won the Democratic primary and the New York City mayor.
All right. That's awful. Come on. Everything is fucking weird today, bro. Let me fucking save it to my other playlist, please. The tags are DEI socialism. Hilarious. iDubbbz. iDubbbz. I'm doing a little nap. You little baby.
BBC refused to livestream Kneecap's Glastonbury set, an unprecedented choice. So Helen from Wales took things into her own hands. Congrats to the BBC for managing to Streisand effect this thing into the stratosphere. Somehow put this to rest. Here's another great example. This is a big story from today that I've been meaning to talk about. My boys. The Irish Kneecap group was played to a massive Glastonbury crowd. It turns out when you tell a IRA group, okay, named after a practice of shooting collaborators of the British occupation in the knee, when you try to silence them, Israel, Free Palestine, okay, when you try to literally go after them, as when you actively go after all of their sold out concerts in their European tour and try to shut those concerts down, it turns out that only creates more support for them. Okay? Wow, who would have thought? Especially because their position is literally the overwhelmingly popular position. Now, the BBC weirdly pulled away from the Kneecap live stream, as Coachella had done as well. Okay? Remember, Kneecap did their first week at Coachella, and they were live streamed. That performance was live streamed. Kneecap's tent was changed during the second week, and they didn't live stream it. That's why I went to Coachella and I live streamed their performance, if you recall. Okay? And basically, what ended up happening was the BBC thought best to not show the Kneecap concert. So they instead showed Bob Vylan's concert that was playing at the same time.
So funny.
Well, it turns out there wasn't really a better concert to pull to if you wanted to, if you wanted to show how little support the Free Palestine movement was getting at Glastonbury. This is what happened.
Free, 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 free. Alright, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF. 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 Hell yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be, will be, inshallah, it will be free.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, they were on before Kneecap on the same stage. So the BBC was showing this, and then they cut the program away from Kneecap. My bad. Brother, it's over. It's got the BBC logo. You got artists going, have you heard this one? Like, he just goes, yeah, you heard this. I gotta run it back. It's got the BBC logo in the corner.
I've seen it
Beautiful.
enough times.
Okay. I am so disappointed. I'm shaking my head viciously. For those of you at home that are simply listening and not paying close attention, I want to tell you what I'm doing physically right now. I'm going, not good. I'm finger wagging and my head is shaking. I'm going, no. And of course, predictably, Avon and Somerset police were aware of the comments made by the acts on the West Hall stage at Glastonbury Festival this afternoon. Video evidence will be assessed by officers to determine whether any offences may have been committed that would require a criminal investigation. That's right. Fucking hell. Do you got a licence for that? Do you got a licence to say to the IDF, sir? Kiddo, disavow, not allowed. Calling the Met on Bob Vylan from an Iggy Pop gig. Incredible scenes. My sister had the misfortune of seeing him as a support act for Iggy Pop a month ago. He was absolutely vile. She's put a complaint into the Met Police about him, but nothing as of yet. Hysterical. Yeah, but have you heard this one, though? Is so nutty. Is so nutty, okay? I had not heard that one. I will admit, I've been to many pro-Palestinian rallies. I've spoken at marches. That one I had not heard before. He actually surprised me. When I saw that this morning, I lost my mind.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, this is a really funny thing that also took place. So here's Mike Isaac from New York Times tech reporter Mike. BBC refused to live stream Kneecap's Glastonbury set, an unprecedented choice. So Helen from Wales took things into her own hands. Congrats to the BBC for managing to Streisand effect this thing into the stratosphere. What ended up happening is Helen from Wales held her phone for an hour to live stream Kneecap. She says she thinks it was important and got 1.7 million likes.
Thank you from all of us here at Glastonbury. And the funny thing is, I'll just stand here a minute. I think I've got a burn on my finger from holding my phone, which overheated. I got my battery pack here. That sort of saves the day. If you enjoyed the video and you were grateful, please just give me a follow. I got lots of important things to say. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you've appreciated.
Kneecap commented on our TikTok vid, this is piracy. You shouldn't condone it. I mean, technically, I did the same thing, no? Bob Vylan at the concert also said...
It would have been funny if Kneecap commented that as a joke.
What? What is is happening? What is happening in England? What the is this? Bro, you got white ladies going, heard you want your country back. Shut the up. What is going on, brother? Oh my Lord.
Country back. Shut up. Heard you want your country back. Shit, me too.
The sun came out and things go mad over there. Yeah, British people see the sun one time and they're talking about global jihad. Yo, my bad, British people, I didn't know it was like that.
Heard you want your country back. Shut up. Heard you want your country back. You can't have that.
Don't want to claim for anything here.
That you hold because you don't want to look like the toothless inbred England Defense League freaks, you know? Dude, this demographic is something that I have not ever seen in my life. I didn't know Glastonbury was like that, but this is all like if I saw this crowd, I would be a little bit afraid. You know what I mean? Like this crowd
because they're English.
Like if I saw this crowd, I would assume falsely that this is like a bunch of gammons, you know? I'm wrong. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. Like this is a U2 crowd, you know what I mean? There's like too many gray hair people in there. It turns out these guys are all crazy. White people, I wasn't familiar with your game. Yeah, I didn't realize it was really white boy it was really white boy jihad summer, like straight up. Here's another piece from the Kneecap concert.
Anybody go on the road Stewart tomorrow? Oh, why did I miss something? I mean, the man's older than Israel.
Okay, hang on. I think we need that. White boy jihad summer soundbite there. Okay, what's the time code on that bitch? About 10 minutes in. Okay. I clicked a fucking Outlook. I never want to open fucking Microsoft Word or anything, okay? I don't want Copilot. Get your products off my fucking shit. I didn't ask for them. Did not download. I exited off of the fucking download page without downloading. Okay. Calm down, Squirt. Now I got fucking 2 Resolve programs open. My life, bro. Okay. Says it when it's zoomed in on this little phone. Okay. I'm almost there. We're locking in. Oh my god. I almost perfectly clicked to it. And then I fucking hit the wrong key! Now, I was literally right on it. And fucking hit Control Z. That's right. I have different editing controls on my laptop because I haven't set my keys. Okay. There's like a crowd noise in this clip too that I'm trying to edit. Maybe from here? Wrong key. Okay, now do a little audio. Do a little clip. Little clip. Little clip. Do another balance on that. Oh fuck, I hit relative. Okay, independent balance, please. Okay. Alright. Oh man. There's no way this fucking timer's wrong. Right? I look up and it's already at 60% now. And it was like almost at 50 before or something. And it was only a few minutes. So MP3 jihad. Head to render queue, please. Save. Render. Okay, that's done. Get rid of this. Back to this.
Google it.
I'm on for Dan. What the prod? I want to hear one thing. With this many people, this is the biggest crowd we have ever played in front. In front? Or behind? Or behind. So one time, let me hear everybody. How the fuck did everybody do it?
That's sick. Another banger speech and then.
But I have an advice for young people in Europe. I know you want to free Palestine, you want to free Congo, you want to free Sudan.
The youngest son of Afrobeat pioneer and legend Fela Kuti.
You want to free Iran. There's a new one every week. Free Europe. Free Europe from right-wing extremism. Free Europe from fascism. Free Europe from racism.
It's funny because the Backtown guitar, like, I recognize from, like, when I was working with the Tigrayans, the music they would be playing and stuff. It's a very... This guy must be more of the horn, if that's the sound he's pulling, because it doesn't really sound like the Shahal beat stuff.
Free Europe from imperialism. When you do this job, as soon as you do this job, Gaza will be free, Congo will be free. Sudan will be free. Iran, forget about us. Don't worry about it. Free Europe.
Dude, I do think that this level of unprecedented, open, overt anti-militarism, anti-imperialism, anti-Zionist sentiment would not happen if people weren't so pissed off and frustrated with their own country's governments and their lack of interest in even doing right by their own citizens. I will say, it's like it's years and years and years of austerity that have made people go, enough is enough. Why the fuck are you spending all your money killing brown people over there, killing black people over there, instead of, you know, fixing the potholes, fixing public transit? Kuti is not new to this. Look up his father, please. No, I know, dude. Listen, just because I don't listen to music doesn't mean that I don't know about Afrobeat. Okay, chill. Calm down. I'm a cultured individual.
No, you're not.
Realizing that the lack of intervention
Don't
tells
lie to
people
them.
that genocide is necessary and they don't like it. The UK government condemned. The Culture Secretary has spoken to the BBC Director General to seek an urgent explanation about what due diligence is carried out ahead of the Bob Villain performance. Oh no! What the fat law Glastonbury has become.
I'm sure these people who are so upset about Tommy Robinson having his speech censored are going to care about this too. I'm sure they're really going to care equal amounts.
A festival of hate today and descended into barbaric chants against Israel and the Jewish people. Glastonbury is a festival I once called home. A dozen or so times I made magazines on site. I led a team of scores of talented writers and photographers with the NME. I went as part of a team, BBC, as part of Billboard, and as part of Q, as part of Vulture. I grew up there. I am not just heartbroken. I am dismayed. I am disgusted. Emily Avis, you should go to Re'im and see what happened at a music festival in southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023.
Okay, calm
what
down.
What happened to you?
It's not funny anymore now.
A lot of yous are making fun of me.
Okay.
For my...
Okay, we're done with this video. We're gonna watch an even bigger idiot. That triggers me less.
What in the
somehow.
South Park is happening
Mainly
in America?
because he triggers me
About
less.
2 weeks ago, our Norwegian tourist named Mads Mikkelsen, who is not to be confused.
Can you please? He triggers me less because it's funny the level of dumb shit he says.
With a Danish actor from the James Bond and Marvel movies, landed in Newark Airport. On arrival, he was detained by immigration agents who demanded access to his cell phone and then denied him entry to the U.S. As one Norwegian news outlet, which spoke to him, reports, quote, Mikkelsen says that after being warned he could face a fine or even prison, he gave immigration officers the PIN code to his phone. He was then confronted with its contents. Pictures the officers found questionable. In particular, a meme of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, portrayed as bald, and
I think he's going to be the next president, guys. I think there are too many of these memes to stop it from happening at this point.
What?
I actually think that there have been so many memes. It can't not happen.
What?
No, I know this is a fake story. Of course it's a fake story.
What?
a private photo of a pipe. Specifically,
It's MSNBC.
Okay, we're definitely already
Mikkelsen
out the
says the
gate.
immigration officials objected to this
Pause.
viral meme of the
my
vice
God.
president depicting him as a bald
Pause.
baby. This
Yes.
and hundreds like it are all over the internet, as some of our viewers may have seen.
Can you fucking
Now,
for real?
U.S. Customs
Like,
and Border
stop
Protection has
making
responded
noise.
to these allegations.
I don't understand. Like, it literally... It's enough that you'll see the fucking pause button turn to the playhead showing it's paused, but then it won't pause. And then it just fucking lags out, so you can't fucking do anything. I don't get it. Now I can't fucking zoom in to see? What is going on? Oh no, it's just a fucking delayed zoom in for no reason. Okay, cool. My internet must be awesome today. Hello? I'm clicking. Can you fucking open this? Now it fucking disappeared. Great. Awesome. Oh, it's when I refreshed it stopped sharing. Epic.
What in the South Park is happening in America?
About 2 weeks ago, a Norwegian tourist named Mads Mikkelsen, who is not to be confused with the Danish actor from the James Bond and Marvel movies, landed in Newark Airport. On arrival, he was detained by immigration agents who demanded access to his cell phone and then denied him entry to the U.S. As one Norwegian news outlet, which spoke to him, reports, quote, Mikkelsen says that after being warned he could face a fine or even prison, he gave immigration officers the PIN code to his phone. He was then confronted with its contents, pictures the officers found questionable. In particular, a meme of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, portrayed as bald, and
I think he's going to be the next president, guys. I think there are too many of these memes to stop it from happening at this point. I do. I actually think that there have been so many memes, it can't not happen. No, I know this is a fake story. Of course it's a fake story.
a private photo of a pipe. Specifically,
it's MSNBC.
Mikkelsen says the immigration officials objected to this viral meme of the vice president depicting him as a bald baby. This and hundreds like it are all over the internet, as some of our viewers may have seen. Now, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has responded to these allegations. They say Mikkelsen was not denied entry to the United States because of this meme you can see on your screen.
Right.
CBP says that it was over, quote, his admitted drug use.
That's correct.
Mikkelsen says that he told the agency he smoked marijuana exactly twice in his life, once in Germany, once in New Mexico. But not everyone seems to believe that explanation. And if anything, suspected censorship of the Vance meme may have brought even more attention to it, which can happen in cases like this. Yesterday, Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon shared the viral meme of Vice President.
Do they know that they're making him more powerful? Do they
No.
even understand what they're doing? I don't think that they're...
Asmongold. Okay. Again, I gotta skip this video too. We just gotta
Most
wait.
of the destruction
we
in the
can't,
current Israel
we can't
Iran
like react to that on our own. You know, we like need Jack here.
industries, and it's carrying...
Because I'm gonna have to show it to him regardless. Like, that is just too stupid not to.
horse from abandoned Greek army camp to town square in the middle of the city of Troy, it's probably going to get x-rayed, and questions will be asked about the Bronze Age swordsman inside. And yet Israel and Ukraine have started doing basically this: deploying explosive drones hidden inside shipping containers. They're deploying a Trojan horse, but with drones, what I'm calling a Trojan horse, against Iran and Russia.
The strike involved 117 drones smuggled into Russia and hidden in the roofs of wooden sheds placed near airfields.
Precise assassinations, drone attacks and car bombs make it clear undercover teams were operating inside Iran.
Across both countries, trucks have carried the 21st century equivalent of Greek soldiers through the city walls. In Iran in particular, these attacks opened the gate to much larger and more devastating strikes from Israel and the US. So how did these governments pull these audacious attacks off? And what can intelligence agencies do to defend this newly exposed Achilles heel? I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening. We're going to start this story at a DJ set in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv in 2018. This guy going full send on the mic is Artem Timofeev, a member of the Ukrainian DJ and fashion collective Dastish Fantastic. Sometime after this absolute heater of a set, Artem and his wife Katya packed up their life and moved from Ukraine to live in the Russian city of Chelyabinsk. And why wouldn't you? Chelyabinsk seems like quite a buzzy town. It's one of the main hubs on the Trans-Siberian Railway. It's also the centre of the Russian tractor and tank manufacturing industry. And if that wasn't enough to get you considering it as your next holiday destination, in 2013, a meteor exploded in the sky above it.
The meteor's fiery entry into the atmosphere was captured on video. Some of the cameras recorded the bright flash as it exploded and the trail of smoke it left behind. Then, this.
So Artem Timofeev moved to this happening town. In 2024, he became a Russian citizen, and in October, he followed the well-trodden path of many Chelyabinsk men before him and opened up a trucking business. He rented a warehouse and bought at least 5 trucks. Artem hired Russian drivers to ship things both in and out of Russia and between different Russian regions. It was a legitimate business, like so many others operating in the city. And by running a legitimate trucking business for months, Artem was allegedly able to circumvent the screening process for cargo crossing the Russian border. Sometime in the first half of 2025, the truck started shifting batteries, communications equipment, wood, and parts of explosive drones into Artem's warehouse. There, these materials were assembled into 10 structures that look like parts of an ordinary prefabricated house and put into shipping containers with detachable tops. In the ceiling cavity of the modular house parts, Artem had mounted several drones which were activated and ready to launch. All of this was done right under the nose of the Russian state.
Lots of Russian counterintelligence officers, law enforcement officers, lots of surveillance cameras. So it's a dictatorship. You have to understand how it's difficult.
It's been at 70 and stopped
Artem's
moving.
Russian drivers were given a final task.
The drones were sneaked across the border
The
in wooden
prophecy is
crates packed on trucks,
being completed.
then
Maybe it
driven
did
to
take an hour and a
locations
half.
near air bases and launched remotely.
Deep in southern Siberia, near Russia's border with Mongolia, is a truck stop with a cafe. It's just a regular roadside cafe with one weird exception. In the car park, there is a statue of 2 woolly rhinoceroses, an adult and a calf. A helpful sign on the plinth holding the statue says that the woolly rhinoceros was native to the area but went extinct about 14,000 years ago. On the 1st of June 2025, a 61-year-old truck driver named Andrei was transporting 2 of Artem Timofeev's modular houses when he was instructed over the phone to stop at the cafe with the rhino statues. Andre turned into the car park and pulled on the handbrake, and then within an instant, everything changed. The top slid off the containers on the back of the truck, and drones started flying out.
Drone after drone strike planes at air bases across 5 Russian regions.
Each truck was carrying 2 containers, carrying 36 drones, packed in 9 rows of 4. Each drone is about the size and weight of a ream of A4 paper. The Ukrainian intelligence service, the SBU, has
a
released
ream
video
of
from one the
A4
drones
paper
of its entire
Okay.
6-kilometer journey.
I'm not
from
sure.
Andre's truck.
I'm not. I know what A4 paper is because I fucking have. You know, like I've done photography. I know what fucking, paper sizes are and shit. But like, or what is a ream? Is that a certain amount?
To the nearby Belaya airfield, which just happens to be where the Russian military keeps part of its long-range strategic bombing fleet. It takes about 15 seconds for the drone to rise out of
it's
the
still
truck,
stuck at 70.
orient itself towards its target, and then hit full speed of 70 kilometers per hour. At that speed, it takes just under 5 minutes to reach the airfield, then spends about a minute flying around looking for a target. As the drone searches around, you can already see at least 3 planes on fire around the airfield. Finally, after hunting around for a bit, it settles down on top of a jet and detonates. Meanwhile, back at the truck stop, the unwitting driver Andre and the other people parked there didn't really know what to do. Eventually, the bystanders worked as a team to try and stop the drones. 2 of them stood on top of the truck, chucking rocks at the drones, while others kept lobbing new ammunition up to them from the ground. It wasn't very effective.
When the smoke cleared, and with the benefit of satellite imagery, the US said around 20 planes were damaged, with 10 destroyed.
The planes they attacked were bombers, apparently collectively worth $7 billion.
It was 11 out of 10. Really, 11 out of 10.
And these planes specifically have been causing Ukraine a lot of suffering.
So these bombers have been launching what's known as long-range glide bombs against Ukrainian cities and killing Ukrainian civilians. And that's what the Ukrainians were trying to prevent.
Apparently, the destruction was equivalent to about 1/3 of Russia's strategic bombing capacity. By the time the trucks exploded, Ukraine says the DJ/truck mogul Artem, his wife Katya, and anyone else who was knowingly involved were out of Russia. According to the Ukrainian government, planning for this Trojan horse attack took a year and a half. It's an extraordinary gambit, but in terms of effectiveness, it's nothing compared to the one Israel pulled off a fortnight later in a very different country from Russia.
The mission was years in planning, but dreamt of for decades.
Tonight I wish to speak to you, the proud people of Iran. We're in the midst of one of the greatest military operations in history, Operation Rising Lion.
Israel had a number of advantages that Ukraine did not. The primary one is that while Russia keeps its strategic military assets spread out over a vast area, Iran's are all quite closely clustered around the capital, Tehran. In preparation for Operation Rising Lion, the Israeli intelligence service Mossad appears to have set up
Look. Oh, I'm covering it. No. Oh my god. This one. See, it's stopped at 70%. It's been there for like almost maybe getting close to 10 minutes. And see, it's like, how much is remaining? And it's ticking up. So maybe this is where it catches up to make it an actual, it tricks you in the beginning. It does all the fast work, and then what it actually is later, when you get into the 70%, it was a false progress bar. Now it's catching up to where it actually is. It truly will be an hour and a half export. That's how they get
multiple
you.
drone factories throughout Iran, including in Tehran. The parts for the drones were shipped in through a vast network of commercial logistics companies, many of whom were totally unaware of their involvement in the wider operation. A key difference between Israel and Ukraine's use of Trojan horse attacks, though, is the military power balance.
Trojan horse attacks
doesn't have any real technological advantage over
I'm
Russia.
sure. I know
The
he
drones were the beginning
said
and
Trojan
the
horse
end of the
earlier,
strategy.
so I'm sure he made the pun earlier. But I'm also like preoccupied trying to fucking export this shit. I could have just exported it after stream, but okay. Let's see how far back it is when I start exporting. Okay, the export did start about an hour ago, even though it looked like it was going fast. So, I mean, at this rate, it's going to be over an hour and a half.
Drones go in, planes go boom, DJ goes home. But Israel has vastly more advanced military technology than Iran does. For Israel, the drones were truly just like the Greeks in the Trojan horse.
Just as he hoped, the Trojans had brought the horse inside the walls of Troy. The city was sleeping now, and the walls were unguarded.
Guard.
Mythological story, the soldiers in the horse were just there to start the assault on Troy by opening the gates and letting the rest of the Greek army in.
Caught completely by surprise, the Trojans were easily defeated by the Greek soldiers, who found their beautiful princess and took her back safely to Greece.
Well, okay, the princess part is a little bit different, but the rest fits.
On Friday, Israeli commandos cleared the way with attacks on air defence sites.
The drone swarm targeted the missile launchers with perfect precision, disabling dozens of them and clearing the way for the primary attack, a massive air raid conducted by Israeli jets against Iran's nuclear weapons program and military.
We're preparing. We paved the way to Tehran, and our pilots over the skies of Tehran will deal blows to the Ayatollah regime that they cannot even imagine.
Israel striking what it says were dozens of Iranian military and nuclear sites, as well as key officials and scientists.
8 leaders of Iran's missile program killed when their bunker was hit.
As well as the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the armed forces.
It was a decapitation strike. Drones, jets, and missiles took out all of the top military brass.
This will go as far as Netanyahu can take it. He was born for this fight.
Cringe.
Daybreak in Iran revealed destruction in residential areas.
Cringe thing to say.
This building where we live blew up. I don't know if they hit it with a missile or what.
When the US Air Force went in to drop the big bunker buster bombs on top of the nuclear facilities, they were met with absolutely no resistance. Not a single shot was fired at them the whole time they were in Iran. Needless to say, all of this is very exciting for everyone involved in the planning and execution of these Trojan horse plans, but I want to slow down for a moment and consider this question.
Are we seeing the ushering in of a new era of warfare? The use of drones from afar?
I did tell you that we were slowing down.
After all, these drones were smuggled into Russia, hidden for a great span of time, and then activated from 2,500 miles away. Are we prepared, both defensively and offensively, Ms. Secretary?
It's an incredibly good question. Let's see how the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth handles it.
I would say, sir, it was a daring and very effective operation that we were not aware of in advance and reflects significant advancements in drone warfare.
For most of recent history, the majority of defence planning and funding is based around protecting your country from big threats. Ships on the horizon, submarine warfare, stealth bombers. But Ukraine has changed the game.
Chairman and I got together right after seeing that and saying, what more can we do to ensure we're prepared and our country's defensible against something like that?
Donald Trump is currently proposing spending trillions of dollars protecting the US from ballistic missile attacks with his so-called Golden Dome air defense system, which
okay, I'm gonna flip on. I'm gonna flip on my camera and mic on my laptop. It's here again. Hello. I don't know how shitty it sounds, or even if there is a mic, but I just want to fucking exit out of Chrome completely and see if, like, it will fucking make this upload go up by another %. So, let's see what happens.
America against a long-range attack from outside their borders. But the Golden Dome would not protect America from attacks that are launched domestically, these Trojan horse attacks. They're much more low-tech and covert. Ukraine's entire operation probably cost a couple of $1 million to pull off and did $7,000 million worth of damage. In terms of cost-benefit to the attacker, it's more like a terrorist operation than a military one. The 9/11 attacks cost about $500,000 to pull off, exploiting a vulnerability in airline security. But plugging that loophole was incredibly simple. Just lock the cockpit door.
So there's no way that you can get inside that cockpit, no matter what you do, if you're on the other side of the door, unless someone lets you in.
That's exactly the way they're designed, as the access to and from that door is totally controlled by the pilots on the flight deck.
Problem basically solved. Airline hijacking has basically been non-existent ever since. But there's no simple fix for making your military and government infrastructure safe from a sudden truck-launched drone swarm. That is far more complicated. As I'm recording this, there is an extremely shaky ceasefire between Iran and Israel. But Iran has suffered massive, massive losses. Retaliation in the long term is certainly possible. But what will that look like? Could it be a swarm of 72 attack drones emerging from a truck outside a US military base? Or outside the Pentagon? Or outside Donald Trump's golf course in Florida? What can be done to stop this? Not allow trucks within 10 kilometres of air bases and golf courses? X-ray the contents of every single container travelling into the country and the ones travelling from city to city? The global supply chain would basically collapse. I mean, we could just ban the manufacture of drones, but then how will real estate agents get their ads done? Yes, there is always a real estate angle.
A general overview of the Islamic religion as taught in schools and otherwise often divide the religion into two major branches, the Sunni and the Shia. And while this is of course a very simplified view, there's in fact a lot of other groups and schools of thought and sub-branches within these two major branches, it does point to two very sometimes distinct and significant communities of Muslims. Both the Sunni and the Shia are in themselves divided into various sub-branches and schools of thought, but when many, or perhaps most people, talk about Shia Islam or the Shi'is, they are usually referring to the most major branch of Shia Islam, the kind of Shiism associated with Iran and the government there, the Ayatollahs and places of learning like Qum. Now, this branch of Shi'ism is usually referred to as the Ithna Ashari or the Twelver Shi'is, also sometimes known as the Imami Shia. And in this episode, we'll be giving you a general overview of the history and intellectual development of this very significant Islamic community. This video is in collaboration with Hikmah History, an excellent historical YouTube channel that is just doing a video covering how Iran turned to Shia Islam as its official state doctrine. This is one of the most important events in the history of Shiism, and that is exactly why we are doing this collaboration. I will be covering Twelverism more generally, and he will be giving an overview of the developments in the Safavid Empire and later dynasties, which are so important. The Twelver or Imami Shia is a very significant community within Islam today. About 15 to 20% of Muslims in the world are Shi'is, and almost 85% of those Shiites belong to the Twelver branch in particular. It holds political power in Iran and thus also serves as an important player in world politics. But where do the Twelvers come from? The even more general division of Islam into Sunni and Shia has at its core a debate over authority. They all believe in the prophecy of Muhammad and the revelation of the Quran, but after the Prophet died, who was supposed to succeed him, and in what way? The group that would later come to be known as Sunni believed that political authority was passed on to chosen members of Muhammad's community, the Khulafa or Caliphs, and eventually accepted as righteous the first four, Abu Bakr, Omar, Uthman, and Ali. Later caliphates like the Umayyads and Abbasids were often considered legitimate leaders as representatives of the Prophet and God, but are not revered in the same way as the first four. In terms of religious or spiritual authority, the Sunnis would later come to recognize the community of scholars, the ulama, as the source of authority on law and belief, as well as the Sufi sheikhs and saints. The Shia had a different view. Instead, they held that authority to lead the community was passed down in the Prophet's family, partly in a more general sense of being part of...
It's interesting he's blurring, because I know exactly what this image is, because the Twelver Shia specifically, they aren't like anti-imagery and stuff. That's why
the Hashemi clan,
that's why
later becoming narrowed down.
When it comes to like the Iranian loyalists who are often Twelver, you'll see them holding signs of people's faces. You know, like the Iranian Revolution, they were holding the huge banner of the Ayatollah's face and stuff. It's because to them it's totally cool.
Specifically to the Alid family line, the progeny of Muhammad's daughter Fatima and Ali, his cousin. Indeed, the name Shia originally comes from the term Shi'at Ali, or the party of Ali. It is believed by Shi'is that Ali was the true successor to Muhammad, a role he had been given officially at the event of Ghadir Khum. Ali thus became the first so-called Imam of the Shi'is and plays an enormous role in their theology and doctrines. The title of Imam, or rightful leader, was then passed down from Ali to his son Hassan, then to his brother Hussein, and then continued in a line of patrilineal succession. In the earliest period, there were many debates around rightful authority in the Muslim community. We can in no way talk about a simple Shia-Sunni divide at this time. These communities as fixed identities wouldn't be formulated until many centuries later. Instead, there were many different claimants to authority, both politically and religiously, some of whom legitimized their rule simply on power or other factors, while others, the Alids, did so based on their direct familial connection to the Prophet. Early Shi'ism is a difficult topic with many competing accounts, but it seems that it was in many ways a kind of messianic movement. Many imams, sons of Ali and their sons, etc., who claimed authority and gained followers. But according to later established Shia doctrine, there is a certain line of imams that is considered quote-unquote correct or authoritative. Any later division of Shi'ism into further branches is determined by which line of imams a certain community sees as true or legitimate. In Shi'ism, there has to always be an imam in the world, a person who has been given the knowledge or ilm to interpret the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet in the correct way and adapt it to new situations and times. He, the imam, is given this knowledge by the previous imam, who is his father, who received it from the imam before him, and so on. This designation of the new imam, the continuing of the line of imams, is called Nas and is central to Shia belief. The Ahl al-Bayt, or family of the Prophet Muhammad, has been given the role to lead his community through their intimate and direct knowledge of the essence of the Quranic message. It's not that the Quran is incomplete per se, as I alluded to in a previous episode, but the Quran requires there to be an imam who has a Gnostic or true knowledge of its meaning so that he can interpret it correctly for the Muslims. The Shi'is criticize their proto-Sunni counterparts for relying too much on their own minds in interpreting and understanding religion, leading to division and confusion regarding beliefs and practices. Instead, there is always an imam, a possessor of full knowledge, who has the authority to interpret the religion and to adapt it to new times and circumstances. And according to the major schools of Shi'ism, there is always only one imam at any given time. So the religious and spiritual essence of Shia Islam always revolve around a single pole, a single point that determines all points and aspects, the imam. And this is true for all prophetic cycles. Earlier prophets like Moses or Jesus also had imams that succeeded them. There simply cannot be any religion without an imam to lead people in this religion. Thus, this doctrine of the imamate is at the core of all Shia belief and spirituality. It is the main point that distinguishes them from the Sunnis, even though they have developed many other unique features too. And again, the main difference between different branches of Shi'ism is that they accept different lines of imams to be correct. The two largest branches, the Twelver or Ithna Ashari or Imamis, and the second largest, the Ismailis, all agree on the first 6 imams. Ali, the son-in-law and cousin of the Prophet, is the first imam. He was followed by his son Hassan. The imamate was then inherited by his brother, Ali's other son, Hussein. After Hussein was martyred in the Battle of Karbala in 680, an event that would become central to Shia consciousness and belief, his son, Ali Zayn al-Abidin, became the next imam, followed by his son, Muhammad al-Baqir, and finally, the last imam that they all accept as canonical is Ja'far as-Sadiq. Ja'far as-Sadiq is one of the most central of the imams, as he's often thought of as having originated, or at least formulated, many of the core Shia beliefs for the first time. He is said to have held an enormous amount of knowledge of all things religion, as well as things relating to esotericism and the occult. Indeed, according to many later writers, all esoteric teachings within Islam, something that is especially prominent in different Shi'i branches, originate with the
That's why the
imams,
Sunnis
and
fucking hate
Ja'far
him
as-Sadiq
shit.
is one of the most prominent.
They're like,
in
that's
this
not
regard.
Islam.
He is, for example, thought to have been the
Still
teacher
at
of the famous
70%.
alchemist Jabir ibn Hayyan. Even the Sunnis like him and consider Ja'far to have been a teacher of law to people like Abu Hanifa and Malik ibn Anas, two of the most foundational figures of Sunni Islamic jurisprudence. Although the Sunnis will often hold that Ja'far wasn't a Shia imam as such, but a Sunni scholar, but, you know, still. In any case, there was a great split in the community after the death of Ja'far as-Sadiq. Some believe that his eldest son, Ismail, was the rightful successor, and these became known as the Ismailis. Another group instead followed his youngest son, Musa al-Kazim, and this is the group that we know as the Twelvers. This name is connected to the number of imams. Now remember, Ja'far as-Sadiq was the 6th imam, so Musa al-Kazim is the 7th. He was followed by Ali al-Ridda, then Muhammad Jawad al-Taqi, then Ali al-Hadi, followed by Hassan al-Askari, and lastly Muhammad al-Mahdi, who was the last and 12th imam. The last imam was only a young boy when he was given the title after his father had passed, and tradition holds that he immediately went into a lesser occultation, or he went into hiding, and only communicated with his community through a few advisors. This continued for a number of years until 941, when he is thought to have gone into the major occultation, al-Ghaiba al-Kubra. This meant that he could no longer be contacted and would not be seen by anyone until the end of time. He thus became al-Mahdi, a kind of messianic figure, and it is thought that this 12th imam will return at the end of time, just before Judgment Day, to set the world right again and reinstate true religion and devotion. This became a major turning point in Twelver Shi'ism, as we will see, and began a phase in their history that remains to this day. As we saw earlier, according to Shi'i belief, there can be no time when there is no imam present to lead the community. And so according to the Shi'is, al-Mahdi isn't dead, he is still out there somewhere in hiding and will return when the appropriate time has come. And while he is gone, he is temporarily represented by the scholars of the community. This is where they get the name Ithna Ashari, which means 12 or Twelverism, right? Because they believe that there were 12 imams that succeeded Muhammad, and that the 12th imam is the last one who has gone into hiding and will return in time for Judgment Day. So this was the earliest period, and you could say the first phase of Twelver Shi'ism, the phase or time when the imams were still present to lead the community. Now remember, this was before there was anything like a clear distinction between Sunni and Shia, but the Shi'is had definitely formed a unique community based around these worldly and spiritual leaders of the Imam, and thus distinguished themselves from many other Muslims at the time. But what is Shi'ism like other than these basic facts? What are the beliefs and practices that made them stand out? Well, you could say that there was a clear shift or clear distinction between the first period, the period of the Imams, and the period after the occultation of the last or 12th Imam. The earliest period of Shi'i history is quite obscure, and there is a lot of debate in scholarship regarding the nature of its doctrines. Some view the early period as one of strict legalism, which later became influenced by esoteric currents, while many today emphasize that the esoteric aspects and many features of the imamate were in place basically from the beginning. What seems clear to most is that in terms of jurisprudence or law, as well as to some degree theology, the early Shiites differed in some significant ways from their proto-Sunni counterparts. While there are examples of companions of the Imams that engaged in theological speculation and debate, the Imams and their followers appear to have had a rather strict attitude towards matters of law and doctrine. Whereas many of the proto-Sunni schools, especially in the earliest period, allowed for different forms of independent interpretation and rational deduction in deriving law, what is often called ra'i, meaning opinion, and things like analogy, qiyas, the Shiites were very much against these kinds of practices. There was no room for independent reasoning and interpretation on part of the jurists in the early period, and similar attitudes appear to have been held in terms of theological speculation too. This is true of both the Twelver Shiites as well as the Ismailis at the time. Scripture and revelation were the only source of doctrine. This makes complete sense, really. Remember, to the Shiites, the Imam was the absolute authority on all things religion. He had the true inner knowledge of the Quran and the Sunnah and could interpret and reinterpret them in the correct way. So why would you ever start reasoning and interpreting things for yourself when you could just go ask the living Imam for the answer, which would always be the true and correct interpretation? So it is partly as a result of the presence of the living Imam as a person who carries the Quranic message and its complete interpretation that we get this restrictive attitude. The Imam has complete authority and has all the answers, whereas in the proto-Sunni world, there was no absolute leader but up to the community of scholars to figure out the answers as best they could. But once the 12th Imam went into occultation and was no longer reachable by the community, what happens then? What do the Shiites do when they don't have that central authority, at least not present in the world, to ask questions and to get the right interpretation at all times? Well, this is the reason, probably at least one of the major reasons, why we see a very clear shift in emphasis and methodology when it comes to law and also to some degree theology right after the time of the occultation. It is in this period that we get some of the most formative scholars in Shia history. Figures like Sheikh Mufid and his students like Sharif al-Murtada and Sheikh Tusi would establish some of the key features of Twelver Shi'ism as we know it today and instigate a major shift in its intellectual trajectory. Sheikh Mufid put a major emphasis on reason as an important part in understanding and interpreting religious practice and belief, whereas earlier the trend had been a much more strict following of the scripture and the teachings of the Imam. But because the Imam was in occultation, this was a new era in which jurists had to figure things out without the Imam. And for that, reason and intellect, aql, was central. It is Sheikh Mufid who started the process of bringing together Shi'ism with the heavily rationalistic school of Kalam theology known as the Mu'tazila, albeit a bit modified to fit the Shia tradition, an influence that is still central to Shia theology today. Sheikh Tusi, one of Mufid's students, is sometimes also considered the founder of Shia jurisprudence properly and compiled 2 of the 4 major Shia collections of hadith. In other words, with these thinkers in the immediate aftermath of the Great Occultation, we see a major shift in Shia methodology and intellectual thought. From a quite literalist and strict confined tendency in the period of the Imams to a post-Imam period that was characterized primarily by the huge emphasis on aql, on reason and intellect, as well as personal interpretation, ijtihad, as the major components of Shi'i thought, a characteristic that still is central to that tradition today. Now, it should be kept in mind that some scholars disagree with this version of events. Writers like Hussein Modaresi instead emphasize that the companions of the Imams themselves did engage in reasoning and interpretations in terms of law and doctrine, and that it was only in the 9th to 10th century that the more traditionalist tendency took over. Like I said, the early history is often disputed, and it's important to keep different perspectives in mind. In any case, a huge emphasis on reason from the 11th century onwards is often placed in contrast to the different schools of Sunni jurisprudence, which at around this time is often said to have done away with ijtihad or interpretation and instead entered a period of taqlid, imitation and following of already established legal precedents. Of course, these are huge generalizations, and to say that the Sunnis abandon ijtihad or interpretation is simply incorrect. They would continue to interpret things just like the Shi'is did. But there is a certain difference in emphasis in that in the 4 major schools of Sunni law, most topics had been covered previously, and there was a tendency in these schools to imitate or to look at the previously established legal rulings from their particular school and simply follow those traditions rather than going back to the original sources and reinterpreting things for themselves, right? And in Shi'ism, again, while this is a huge generalization, in Shi'ism from this period and until today, there's been a much bigger emphasis on this process of ijtihad, of reinterpreting or going back to the sources, the hadith of the Prophet, of the Imams and the Quran, and using the aql or the reason and intellect of the jurist himself to interpret law and also theology to some degree for themselves. The relationship between the Shi'is and what would later become known as the Sunnis is a complicated topic. In some regards, they aren't that different from each other at all and can seem indistinguishable from each other, and in other respects, they can be very distinct and different. In a general sense, the Twelver Shia follow the same basic practices as their Sunni counterparts. They pray 5 times a day, they fast during Ramadan, they give to charity, and so on. The Quran is considered the word of God as the primary source in all matters, as is the Sunnah of the Prophet. The major difference here is the role of the Imams, who not only have a Sunnah of their own, but also have the absolute authority to interpret the Sunnah of the Prophet himself, as well as the Sunnah of earlier Imams and the Quran. In this way, the Twelver Shia, as we saw earlier, also have collections of hadith that they use as basis for law and theology. But they have different collections of hadiths from the Sunnis. The Sunnis have their Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, etc., but the Shiites have different ideas about which of the companions of the Prophet are more or less trustworthy, and so have other chains of transmission when it comes to hadith. The Shia also have hadiths about the Imams and their lives and teachings, aside from hadiths about the Prophet Muhammad, and these Imam hadiths are also authoritative in the same way. The 4 main books of hadith in Shi'ism are the Kitab al-Kafi, Man la yadurruhu al-Faqih, Tahdhib al-Ahkam, and al-Istibsar, the later 2 of which are by the aforementioned Sheikh Tusi. There are also practices that characterize Shi'ism in important ways. One of the most significant of these is the annual holiday known as Ashura, the commemoration of the martyrdom of Imam Hussein. In 680, the 3rd Shia Imam and grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, Hussein ibn Ali, fought a battle against the forces of the Umayyad Caliph Yazid in Karbala, Iraq. Both he and most of his family were martyred in this encounter, and this event is one of the central features of Shia history and consciousness. It often comes to represent the Shi'is' role as a minority that faces oppression of tyrannical rulers. And this event is commemorated each year in what is known as Ashura, where there are various rituals performed. One will often beat one's own chest in a kind of solidarity with Imam Hussein's suffering and go on pilgrimage to his shrine in Karbala, which is a massive complex in Iraq today. And this visiting of shrines in general, known as ziyara, is also an important component of Shi'ism. One will visit the graves of the imams as an important religious practice. The pilgrimage to Karbala and Imam Hussein is by far the largest and most significant, and can sometimes even equal the Hajj to Mecca in importance. From this, the Shi'is have developed in various ways that have differed from the proto-Sunnis and later Sunnis. The adoption of Mu'tazilite theology means that they viewed God as a unified essence without various attributes as part of that essence, but instead as identical to that essence. This is theological jargon, but this was quite an important topic and debate in theological circles at this time. They have also often emphasized a certain level of esotericism, and various doctrines about the imams and other things are often initiatory and secretive in nature. Indeed, one of the key features of Shi'i thinking in general is the division of reality and most things in it into two categories: the exoteric, the zahir, and the esoteric, batin. Reality itself has an outer, visible aspect as well as an inner, invisible aspect. And in terms of religion and doctrine, the same is true. The Quran has a zahir and a batin, an apparent meaning and a hidden esoteric meaning that can be extracted through esoteric interpretation, known as ta'wil. Indeed, the sixth Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is believed to have said, quote, "The Book of God comprises four things: the statements set down, the implied purport, the hidden meanings relating to the supersensible world, and the exalted spiritual doctrines." Throughout Shi'i history, we see an emphasis on this division of the zahir and batin of things. As another example, there is the idea of the esoteric and exoteric imam. The exoteric imam is the actual person of the imam who guides the community in the world, while the esoteric imam is the aql within every human being, although not necessarily aql as understood in later imamism as the intellect or reason as such, but rather an earlier conception of the word meaning a faculty of consciousness that is able to recognize God and the truth, a kind of inner divine guide that complements the outer divine guide of the human imam. This esotericism of Shi'ism is really prominent throughout its history, and at least according to many scholars today, like Muhammad Ali Amir Mu'azzi, can be found in the earliest teachings of the imams themselves and their followers. Reading the earliest sources, we get fascinating statements from and about the imams regarding their cosmological role. The Prophet Muhammad always has the highest and most exalted role as a prophet, a title that none of the imams are ever given. But they are nonetheless called the Hujjat Allah, the proof of God, and as the Awsiya, the guardians or custodians of Muhammad's revelation. Thus, Shi'ism has always been esoteric in the sense that it is somewhat initiatory. It is only the followers of the Imams, those who have been given the true esoteric interpretations and understanding of the Islamic religion, that constitute true believers and practice true Islam. Everyone else is the people of Zahir, the people who only follow the outer meanings and practices of the religion and fail to see its true spiritual meanings, which can only be taught by the Imams. This is true of early Shi'i practices as well. According to some sources, there appear to have been what we could call spiritual or mystical practices in early Shi'ism, primarily concerned with, quote, vision with the heart, al-ru'ya bil-qalb. This was probably a practice and theory taught to initiates that included prayers and other teachings so that one could see God or experience God in some way through the heart. The Shi'is have always had a very transcendent view of God, like most Muslims. God is, of course, utterly beyond any description or understanding by humans as such. He can never be seen with the eyes, but he can, in some way, be seen with the eye of the heart. And these early mystical practices of Shi'ism appear to have focused on this. Practitioners could experience the light of the Imam through this vision of the heart, as well as other divine experiences. Given how early these sources are, this is very significant. In later Sufism or Tasawwuf, the idea of the heart as the human faculty able to experience God in some way would become a central theme. This has led some scholars to connect these, and figures like Henri Corbin have argued that all mysticism and esotericism in Islam originally comes out of early Shi'ism and the teachings of the Imams. Other scholars will disagree with this, and I would definitely argue that this is an oversimplification, but it is very fascinating nonetheless. The Imams in themselves are also attributed with various miraculous and superhuman powers. Not only are they considered to be infallible according to majority Shi'i opinion, but many stories also tell of how they had access to occult and esoteric powers, both through their inner knowledge of the secrets of the Quran and of reality, but also through employing things like astrology and even originating the science of letters, or ilm al-huruf, which became so popular in later Islamic mysticism. One of the sources of these esoteric powers is thought to be their knowledge of the most supreme name of God, which was only taught to the Prophet Muhammad and to the Imams, and which is composed of 73 letters. One of these letters is only known to God, but various prophets and figures in history have known a few of the letters, and this has been the source of their magical powers. Jesus, for example, could perform all his miracles just by knowing 2 of the letters. And the same goes for the Imams, who, together with the Prophet Muhammad, knew 72 of these letters and thus were capable of amazing feats. So the Imams, again, is central to Shi'i belief, doctrine, Shi'i practice. It is a central pole.
So wait. This is why, because like, anytime, because like I asked like Ace, like, what is 12 or Shiaism? You know, like, what's the difference? And he would never want to get into like religion and stuff like that. Which, you know, if he didn't want to, I would just move on. So when I saw this, I was like, hey, we've been talking about Iran, and like, I only know like 12erism as like the like collective and how they act, largely, you know, like the Iran supporting type of people and things like that. But not exactly like what they believed. I just knew it was a dispute and leadership type stuff from the successor of the Prophet. But I fucking, because I constantly hear, not constantly, but you'll constantly hear stuff like how they recognize Jesus in Christianity and stuff, and how you gotta respect Jesus, but he only knew 2 letters, and like all the Imams knew 72, so they're like 70 levels above Jesus. So it's like, yeah, we recognize Jesus, but he's basically irrelevant. He only knew 2 letters, bruv.
Which all of Shi'ism revolves essentially, whether it's 12er Shi'ism or the Ismailis or all branches of Shi'ism, is centered around this figure of the Imam, whether he is a living Imam in the world or an Imam in occultation. In both cases, he remains the central pole of the entire religion, the entire religion according to Shi'is. And the absence of the Imam who is in occultation, is a significant factor for practices and in 12er Shi'ism as well, as we saw earlier. As another example of this, it is believed that only the Imam can lead the community in jihad, in the form of armed struggle or war. But when there is no Imam, there can be no such war. This means that the 12er Shi'is don't perform any form of offensive military jihad, but only that of the defensive kind, protecting the borders already established. Now, some scholars, especially in the Safavid Empire, for example, there could be loopholes to this doctrine. When you're ruling an empire, you need to be able to do offensive war in some way, usually at least. So there are nuances to this, but in general, this could be said to be true. Even today, and many 12er Shi'i scholars today still hold to this general opinion that no offensive jihad or war can ever be performed while the Imam is absent. Despite this, the 12ers had gained political power on occasion, even before the revolution in Iran in 1979.
Okay, but they don't recognize the Ayatollah's not an Imam, right? He's not in that level? I'm sure he'll get there.
Umayyads, who ruled the central lands of the Islamic world in the 10th and 11th century, adopted 12er Shi'ism. This was at the same time that the Fatimids ruled further west in...
This is a very interesting map here. because we were just talking about Iran, right? And like, oh, even Kurdish Arab tribes are marked on here, but we the ethnic map of Iran, in comparison to this, is kind of interesting. Let me pull it up. Okay, and then I want this tab to go heal. Alright. So, like, you can see this area towards the top here. On this screen over here, I can put the mouse on screen, I think, right? So this area up top here, south of Caspian Sea, isn't part of this emirate. Right? And if you look on the ethnic map, right? You have these tribes up here. So, and like, just because there's Kurds over here, it's generally assumed that basically the Kurdish, basically on the Caspian, were extended here. But it's very easy to extend when you have something like the Caspian or Mediterranean, things like that. So that's how they got all the way over there too. But like, even you see, like, even how this comes down at a point, the purple one, it's almost triangular. Like, so it's hard to tell. Nah. I was about to say, I think the map also is triangular, but the triangle point would be like right here on this one. So I was thinking over here might be still, but once I full screened it, I could tell it wasn't. You know, and then like the Luri area inside, and then like the Kurdish Azeri area not inside that emirate, which is pretty interesting considering. Not really extending through this fucking mountain range where nobody lived anyway.
Shiism. This was at the same time that the Fatimids ruled further west in Egypt, who were themselves Ismaili Shiites. So this was a time when Shiism, albeit different branches of Shiism, ruled significant portions of the Islamic world, a situation that played a major role in the formation of what we know as Sunni Islam today, as a kind of response to this precarious situation.
Yeah, whoa,
another significant example
that's
is
interesting. I don't know why, but maybe because it's bigger, but like, I always assumed that the Sunnis were the ones that were like first. Like, maybe the Sunnis came about at the same time. They just like more formed their school of thought in response to it.
Is indeed the later establishment of the Safavid dynasty in Persia, and thus we have reached that meeting point of our discussion today. By then, Shiism had continued to develop intellectually from the days of people like Sheikh Mufid, and we see a basically fully developed...
So, like, when we talk about, because, like, learning from this video, when we talk about the, like, how, like, you know, you have algebra, like, to this day, one of the best archery books ever written is Arab Archery. Because they break down the mathematical equations and stuff. It's literally an algebra book, but it's one of the best like archery books because it like breaks down like how they fucking do the math to figure out shit, and it's just a fascinating mathematics book that's about archery. So like that whole era, like, was that all Shia who was doing the intellectual shit, algebraic shit?
System of jurisprudence. as well as other flourishing intellectual, philosophical, and mystical tendencies. Here's Hikmah History himself to tell you more about the Safavids.
The Safavids started out as a Sufi tariqa.
This is like, so like, the, like, those three, like, Abbasid Caliphate, I can't even remember them all, but those three caliphates is a real gap in my knowledge history in this region. Like, I know about other events, like before Islamization, even like before Christianity and shit, just like the early, because like I'm fascinated in like the development of the Mesopotamian culture and Babylonian culture. So like that early Bronze Age in the region, I still have a not great knowledge, but definitely above average considering most people would have none. But once you get into like, that's the thing, is it's like I don't really care about knights and swords either, right? So like medieval shit, like I know about the Renaissance just by proxy. I don't really care about the Renaissance, but there's always so much about Da Vinci and all that shit, Isaac Newton and shit. But like those three caliphates, that whole era, I'm pretty fucking ignorant on when it comes to the region here.
That over time evolved into a militarized Shia order which vied for power on the Persian plateau. Under Shah Ismail I, they established a dynasty which ruled
1500. Couldn't tell you what the fuck was going on.
Persia for the next 200 years.
Quiet!
They would go on to enforce
Be quiet!
polytheism as the new state religion and sought to convert their citizens to the creed, in the process positioning themselves as the arch rivals of the Sunni.
Okay. Uzbek dynasty, Ottoman Empire. Okay, I know about the Ottoman Empire, obviously. That's the thing, is I know more about the Levant because of the Ottoman Empire. So the Abbasids before this. What are the three? You would think I would know the history of these caliphates, considering how much I've done with all this ISIS shit. Abbasid. Is that what this one is? No, this one is long after all those caliphates. Yeah, so it's not. It doesn't even say caliphate. It just says empire. Interesting. Okay. Khorasan, obviously familiar with that. Fucking bull. That's so funny. That like. Not really, but in this area, it's contested between the Ottomans and these early Persians, or early Shia. Are they? So I assume they're still Persian, considering the region. And then, if I was the Uzbeks, I would also dispute this territory. But this is interesting as well because, like the whole there's a whole Uzbek side of Afghanistan as well.
The Ottomans to the west, with who they fought countless wars throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. In the east, they were able.
Okay, so it says here, so that first caliphate was 600. Then the next one is about 661, and then it's 750, and Cairo until 1517. So pretty much that's it. Like after the year 500, I'm out. So that's why I don't. For some, like I've tried to learn about these. Things and stuff, but that's the thing is I know so much about the fucking Christian history. That's just fucking part of being an Irish Catholic as a kid and shit.
To extend their rule over parts of Afghanistan and Central Asia. During the course of their rule, they left behind a rich cultural legacy that is best exemplified by their imperial capital, Esfahan, where symbols of their architectural brilliance can still be seen today in the many landmarks in the city, such as the Naqshi Jahan Square.
Hey, we just bombed
Back
that.
to you, Philip.
In terms of jurisprudence or Islamic law, the Safavid era saw some significant changes and developments. The school of law followed by the Twelver Shi'is is called the Ja'fari school, named after that very significant sixth Imam, Ja'far as-Sadiq, and which has been developed by such significant figures as Sheikh Tusi and his later followers.
Jeffrey?
Under the influence of these scholars, Shi'i law had again become heavily reliant on reason, aql, and ijtihad, interpretation by a qualified jurist known as the mujtahid. But under the Safavids, this rationalistic tendency was challenged by a resurgence of the traditionalist school, who rejected independent reasoning in terms of law and instead focused on a much more strict literalism of only using the written sources of the Quran and the Hadith. From this movement, the Ja'fari school of law came to be divided into two schools or tendencies, the Usuli, which are the rationalists, and the Akhbaris, the traditionalists. And indeed, from the Usulis being basically undisputed, the Akhbaris grew so much in prominence during the Safavid era that they made up the majority of Shi'i scholars during most of the 18th century. However, since the 19th century, the Usulis once again gained the upper hand, and today the absolute majority of Shi'is follow the rationalistic Usuli school. So why did this great shift suddenly happen during the Safavid Empire? Well, one thing could be that the Shiites were suddenly in political power of a major empire, which led to new questions having to be asked about the law in relation to that new position. Thus, new discussions took place.
So I assume that answers my question about if it was the Shia who did the algebra and shit.
And new schools emerged. In general, the Ja'fari school of Shi'i law isn't all that different from the schools of Sunni law at all. In most ways, in terms of law, they are basically identical, but they can differ in certain details.
What
the
are you
Shi'is have a
doing
different
over there,
position
my guy?
of the hands and arms when they pray, the daily salah prayers,
Very
for example,
silly shit
compared
you're
to
up
the
to.
majority of Sunnis. Another major factor in Shi'i history and doctrine is the idea of taqiyya. So because the Shi'is have often been a minority in Sunni-ruled lands, they have faced oppression and persecution from the majority community. And because of this, they developed this idea of taqiyya, that it is permissible in extreme situations for Shi'is to hide their identity, basically, to hide the fact that they are Shi'is and perhaps pretend to be Sunni Muslims to avoid persecution. So this has been a very important part of Shi'ism throughout history, which is not as prominent at all in Sunni
I'm
Islam.
just laughing at my
The
chinchilla
Shi'is also generally differ from the Sunnis in
But now
allowing
that I laughed at
temporary
him, now he's
marriage,
more interested
mut'ah,
in me.
and other such relatively minor details. And we also saw their differing attitude towards jihad or armed struggle before. So there are certain differences, but in general and in most ways, the Ja'fari school of Shi'i law is very similar to the Sunni schools of law. But even outside the realm of law and jurisprudence, the Shi'i intellectual traditions really flourished during the Safavid era. It is in this period that we see some of the most significant and influential intellectuals, philosophers, and scholars in history We have, for example, the great school of Isfahan, in which philosophy flourished under great figures like Mir Damad and his even more famous and influential student Mullah Sadra. These figures created a kind of synthetic philosophy that combined the peripatetic work of
He's so
Sina
funny.
with more mystic.
There's. I'm turning down how much my microphone can pick up because he wants to run in the. Because he wants to run in the wheel. But like. It was funny because like he gets it spinning, right? But then I heard this scraping and I realized that he's trying to stop the wheel by using his teeth. And it's him grinding his teeth against it to try and use it like a brake so he can get back on it.
Or Sufi strands of thinking, such as Suhrawardi and the great Ibn Arabi. This relationship between Shi'ism and mysticism/Sufism is a complicated one, but one that is definitely interesting.
Mm-hmm.
As we saw earlier, there were definitely things that could be considered mystical from the earliest days of Shi'ism, to the point that some have even claimed that Islamic mysticism and esotericism originates in that movement.
Yep, I've heard
But
that.
in terms of mysticism
We're
in the
getting
form
back
of
into my
Sufism,
knowledge now. We're
things
going to
get a little
Sufism.
more difficult. Sufism, or tasawwuf in Arabic, is indeed for the most part a Sunni affair. Most Sufi orders and figures are and were Sunnis. Now, there are exceptions to this, for example, the Ni'matullahi order, which I have made an episode about previously, but in the general sense, this can be considered to be true. But that doesn't mean that Sufism didn't influence Shi'i thought. Far from it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Sunni Islam, we talk about tasawwuf or Sufism. In Shi'ism, the preferred term or tradition came to be something that is called irfan, which is sometimes translated as something like Gnostic knowledge or Gnosticism, which, if you watch my earlier episodes, can obviously be pretty problematic. But what is meant is a kind of mystical wisdom of philosophy distinct from a simply rationalistic falsafa tradition of people like Ibn Sina or Ibn Rushd. What this means in practice is that many ideas within Sufism, primarily its metaphysical speculations and some psychological theories, were very much adapted by Shi'i thinkers as essential to a comprehensive understanding of Islamic doctrine and spirituality. But instead, they went under the name Irfan rather than Sufism, which was often looked down upon, especially in the Safavid era. What wasn't adopted usually were the practical aspects of Sufism. That is what Sufism was, according to the critical Shi'i thinkers, various ecstatic practices that were considered questionable according to the law. But that didn't mean that the philosophical ideas of the Sufis and their view of reality was incorrect. So this latter theoretical part was often accepted and called irfan, while many of the practical aspects, in other words, Sufism, was rejected. These are oversimplifications, of course, but you get the general idea. This hostile attitude of the Safavids and their scholars against Sufism per se is especially fascinating given the fact that the Safavid dynasty actually originated as a Sufi order. In the words of Alexander Knish, quote, "As a result, in the Iranian Shi'i milieu, the nobler metaphysical, cosmological, and gnoseological aspects of Sufism were excluded from this notion and renamed as wisdom, hikmah, transcendental philosophy, hikmat al-muta'aliyah, or divine gnosis, irfan." Simultaneously, the notion of Sufism, tasawwuf per se, was demoted to the antisocial behavior and crude superstition of the antinomian ignoramuses. The doctrines of the great Sufi master Ibn Arabi, himself a staunch Sunni, became widely adopted into the later Shi'i mysticism or irfan. The relatively early figure of Haydar Amuli is very important in this regard, as he became heavily influenced by the school of Ibn Arabi in particular, and also came to adapt those ideas into a more clearly Shi'i framework, including the doctrine of the Imams, etc. But it was especially with the writings of the already mentioned Mullah Sadra that this really took off. Mullah Sadra combined the peripatetic teachings of Ibn Sina, the illuminationist thought of Suhrawardi, and the mystical doctrines of Ibn Arabi to create a philosophy that he called al-hikmat al-muta'aliyah, the transcendent wisdom or transcendent philosophy. The thought of Mullah Sadra and the tradition of irfan became paradigmatic in Shi'ism ever since. He is often considered the most influential philosopher in Islamic history after Ibn Sina, at least in the Eastern and Shi'i world. All the great Shi'i scholars to this day study Mullah Sadra and his mystical philosophy as an essential part of their training. To some, it may be surprising to learn that some of the great ayatollahs in Iran and elsewhere were hugely influenced by mysticism and the thought of Mullah Sadra. Even Ayatollah Khomeini was an expert on Mullah Sadra and on the tradition of Irfan in general. Indeed, in 1989, Khomeini actually sent a letter to the then Soviet leader Gorbachev and basically invited him to convert to Islam as a better ideology than the communism of the Soviets at the time. And in the process, he actually sent Gorbachev a copy of Ibn Arabi's Fusus al-Hikam, or the Ringstones of Wisdom, as a book that to him basically represented the religion of Islam in the best way and would sort of make Gorbachev want to convert. In other words, the world is complicated and things like mysticism is often hugely oversimplified and colored by modern New Age thinking, but the reality of the situation is a lot more complicated than that. Irfan has been a central part of Shi'i intellectual thought until today, and we can thus see that while its relationship with Sufism is complicated, there has always been an exchange of ideas between different schools of Islam. But what also becomes clear is that the Safavid era is really a watershed moment in the history of Imami Shi'ism generally. Being given political power resulted in some very significant developments in all kinds of fields of knowledge: jurisprudence, philosophy, quote-unquote mysticism, and even to some degree certain art forms like music. This era and the following centuries of Qajar rule also saw the increasing role of the jurists as leaders of the community, as well as the representatives of the hidden imam. A few years into Safavid rule, the actual shahs or kings of the empire lost a large amount of their power, and the fuqaha, the jurists, essentially came to have the largest amount of power. As we saw in the Shi'i tradition of law, especially in the dominant Usuli school, there is a major emphasis on ijtihad, personal interpretation, and the jurist who is trained enough that he had the authority to practice ijtihad is known as a mujtahid. The mujtahids and jurists generally continued to hold very significant power in Iran and in Persia and in the Shi'i world. Some would argue that their power increased more and more over time, a development that basically culminated in the doctrine of the Walayat al-Faqih, the guardianship of the jurist, which was formulated by Ayatollah Khomeini in the 20th century. The title Ayatollah, which literally means sign of God, came to be used primarily in the 20th century to denote the highest authorities in Shi'i Islam, and includes people like Khomeini as well as the very popular Sistani today. And the doctrine of the guardianship of the jurist essentially states that in the absence of the hidden imam, the jurist has the authority to lead the community absolutely in religious matters. This wasn't a new idea in Shi'ism per se, but what Khomeini did was to extend that authority to political rule as well. In other words, the jurist or the highest jurist now had the right, and indeed should, be the highest authority over the state as well, even the Shah, king, or president of the country. And it is on this basis that the Islamic Republic of Iran was founded. Now, important to remember is that not all Shi'is follow this idea and support Walayat al-Faqih in the absolute sense as formulated by Khomeini. So even today, as has always been the case, Shi'ism remains complex and diverse, and there are many voices and opinions around questions such as these. But now I hope you have somewhat of a better understanding of Twelver Shi'ism, its history, and its major doctrines and intellectual developments. In terms of law, it doesn't differ much at all from Sunni Islam in most ways, except in a few details. But in other ways, in terms of theology, its esoteric doctrines and other such things, they can differ very drastically. Imamis have, at least since the 11th century, put a major emphasis on aql, on reason and intellect in its methodologies in terms of law as well as theology. At the same time, the Shi'is, especially in the early
because like earlier, you know, there was the whole thing where it's like you can't do the offensive war without the imam. So that's what I was really curious about. Is like, how is that viewed today?
period and in ideas surrounding the Imams appear to have always emphasized very esoteric ideas, from the mystical and fantastical stories about the Imams themselves, their secret knowledge and powers, to the later development of strong currents of irfan or mystical philosophies. Twelver Shi'ism is a dynamic tradition. Don't forget to check out Hikmah History's video about how Safavid Iran adopted Imam.
Okay. Stop sharing this for now. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna end stream and restart it, so if you're actively watching, you can just refresh. But I want it, it's easier for me to like edit streams and stuff later if I actually do segment when I actually am like doing completely different things. So I'm just gonna end